Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dragon Age. Before we get started, I do want to mention a mild irritation I had even getting the game running. Because they did something to the Steam version, and it is very specifically the Steam version that made it not run. Now, I was able to, with some substantial effort, and this was like a good half hour of my life to get this working, get EA to acknowledge the fact that I owned the game and have owned the game for many years at this point, and then get it to launch through EA's launcher. So cool, we're good on that. So that's neat. But if we have any issues, I'm going to blame that. It's funny, Mass Effect has received a remaster, and one that it honestly needed, with regards to playability and accessibility. And yet Dragon Age Origins never has it. At this point, probably never will, because we've all heard the news about BioWare, right? You haven't heard the news about BioWare. Well, I cannot summarize the news about BioWare because of the fact that, yeah, this is the first VOD, Mouse. Because of the fact that it's so much crap going on right now. Like, there's the obvious stuff, like the fact that they just laid off 50 people, which happens to include some of their primary core staff, including the writer of Joker from Mass Effect, just to name random examples. Oh, and Minsk from back in the Baldur's Gate days. Like, that's the kind of people they're firing. Not QA testers, which is already bad, but core staff. Like, they're threshing BioWare right now. And yeah, Varric's writer also got nuked. And Varric is, let's be honest, the best character in Dragon Age, the whole franchise. So, yeah, no, problems. But it gets even worse than that. The more we dig into it, the worse it is. So all I'm going to say, because it would honestly take me a while to go down the list, all I'm going to say is that a lot is happening this week. This is all very, very recent. A lot is happening right now, which is absolutely torpedoing BioWare. And that sucks. Because obviously we've got Dragon Age 4 on the horizon, which... and then we've got any possibility of, like I said, a remaster of the old Dragon Ages to bring them up to code. Or at the very least, Dragon Age Origins specifically. Dragon Age 2 I've never had issues with. Ditto with Inquisition, even in a modern machine. Just install, boom, done, no problem. But Origins took a half hour of my life, and I know what I'm doing. Wait, there's another Mass Effect, Colgan? Yeah, right. Anyway, so you'll see when we get there, Pika. See when we get there. Either way, this is not great. But let me talk about Origins specifically, because what was happening is twofold. There's actually two related problems, and I'm telling this for anybody who has a similar issue. So you fire up the Steam version, and you're like, hey, fire it up, and it's like, yeah, cool. Tor has already been removed from BioWare mouses. That happened earlier this year. That's one of the many things I just referenced. Anyways. Yeah, that's great, Colgram. So anyways, so I got it on Origins. But the Steam version installed without any issues, got ready to go, and then had to fire up a configuration app. For those of you who don't remember, that configuration app is actually mandatory for running the game at all, because of the fact that Dragon Age Origins is an extremely badly coded game from a objective perspective, right? I don't mean like in terms of how well it's scripted or how well the actual game works. I mean in terms of how well the engine works and how well the engine knows how to adhere things to things like your graphics card. So it needs that extra launcher in order to be able to anchor and hint and hook things properly. The launcher will not work on the Steam version. You will have to manually go and adjust all your settings to what they need to be, which is a huge pain and something that most people don't even know how to do. Rather than even bother with that, I was like, all right, well, fine. Let's go ahead and fire up Origins and go ahead and see if it works on there. To which the answer was, of course, no. Thank you, Panka, very, very much for the interruption. As always, I do appreciate. That's good, Colgram. I'm happy for you. It doesn't work on mine and many other people's versions. It is an extraordinarily common problem. So, this is not a me problem, to be very, very blunt about this. So it works great for you. Good. It doesn't? Well, that's what I'm here for. Because I'm not here to complain. I'm here to explain. So, Manually getting that working is a problem, but there's two things you can do. First of all, the GOG version has a relatively easy fix. All you have to do is go and manually adjust one setting, which I'm not going to tell you what it is or how. You can look it up. And there you go. It's fixed. Cool. Because for some reason, the GOG version is a little bit easier to get into workable state. The EA version is completely easy to get into workable state if you can get it to run to begin with. What I had to do was install the Steam version, uninstall the Steam version completely, nuke everything, gotta nuke everything, and then fire it up again on EA. Because what I accidentally did was I installed it on Steam, didn't work, so I fired up Origins, which isn't called that anymore. That was a whole other thing, by the way, is getting Origins working. Just gonna ignore all these donations for a second. And then I fired it up, and it's like, yeah, Dragon Age Origins is currently installed. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. You have Steam integration, but that's not what I want. So I uninstalled it on Steam, and then Origins said, yeah, you've got Dragon Age Origins installed. I can't seem to find the files anywhere. That was a whole other little hoop to jump through. But anyways, finally, I managed to get Origins to acknowledge the fact that Dragon Age Origins, I'm getting tired of saying the word Origins, was uninstalled, and then install it with the EA app, at which point it was able to actually get working, and hey, we're cool. Awesome. So I managed to get the game working. Unfortunately, by virtue of all the hoops that I just jumped through, the game nuked everything, so I have none of my previously existing saves and none of my nothing to show off, which is a shame because I was actually hoping to show off a few things with that. So we're going to be effectively reviewing this from scratch. Cool. But that's my my little speech. If you want to get it working, just buy it on EA Play or get it acknowledged that you own it on EA's app, whatever the hell it's actually called. So as usual, we're going to be doing everything. That's how a review works. Well, that's a good question, Metroid Hanar. A very unrelated question that has nothing to do with Dragon Age Origins. How dare you, sir? J'accuse! I'll answer it in a second. So, the point here being, we are going to be reviewing Dragon Age Origins for the final time. This is probably the last time I will ever be playing Dragon Age Origins, which is a weird feeling, if I might be so bold. But it's okay. It's okay. It's going to happen at some point, and I've got lots and lots of other games to get through. So this is the finale, and this is a good time to go ahead and mention that we're going to be doing a really, really boring playthrough because it's probably going to be better for the overall review purposes. We could try stuff out. We could wonky with the game. We could do what we did last time. We're not doing any of that because that causes issues, and we're not here to cause issues. We're here to review the game. I wanted to mention one other little asterisk, though, because some people have asked why we're re-reviewing this game, and the first and most obvious answer is because we haven't. This game is not a current review. We do not have a current review for Dragon Age Origins, so I'd kind of like to review one of my favorite games of all time and see how it lists on the overall review score. I want to know its golden number. I want to know its score. You get it, right? As I've said many, many times, well, I love reviewing, and it certainly resonated with a lot of people with regards to the viewers and you all, even on YouTube. If I'm being very, very honest, the review is kind of for me. I want to know the score. I want to know the golden number. The reason I put so much time and work and effort into the game was because I wanted to know how these games led up. I like codified data. I don't like saying vague statements like, it's good, or the combat's good, because that's such a broad sweeping statement that doesn't get across nuance or detail or information. I want to have as precise of a thing as possible. So, we're doing a review of Dragon Age Origins. This is interesting, though, because this also means this is the third time we have streamed Dragon Age Origins, which may sound like a small number, but actually that's the number of games we have streamed more than twice is very small. There's the Final Fantasies, only 1 through 12. There's the games we've sped run before, Super Metroid, Mega Man 2. And that's it. Everything else we've only ever streamed either once or twice. For example, when we stream Dragon Age 2 right after this, that'll be our second time streaming it. When we get to Inquisition, second time streaming. So that actually just occurred to me last night in the shower. I was like, man, 3 times streaming a giant-ass game like this. Make of that what you will. Now, Metroid Hanar asked a question. What does playing Chicken Nintendo mean? I'm waiting for the Prime remasters to come out. I refuse to play Metroid Prime 2 and 3 on the GameCube or the Wii, so that's what that's waiting on. Uh, and I got another question in the middle there, which I can't find right now, but I got a bunch of subs. So first, thank you, Wraith, very, very much, as always. You'll have to give me a moment to go see what you donated that towards. Oh yeah, Darkrai said we should uninstall this Arachnophobia mode. No. Speaking of which, we're going to start this for stream with 2 negatives to gameplay. Boop, boop. Right off the bat. Actually, that's a lie. We're going to start with 4. But first, Wraith. So Wraith is putting that towards... One moment. Alan Wake block. Guild Wars 2, which we were talking about recently, and Resident Evil 8. Thank you very much, Wraith. I do always appreciate you. And Dark Prince Revan, thank you for the subs. Very, very much. I do always and ever appreciate. Thank you so much. Those are going to be going towards... Hang on a second. That's Revan. How many is that? 10, so that's... this much, I think. Ace Combat 5. Batman Arkham City Origins, and Dragon's Dogma 1. There we go. Okay. So, you're probably wondering what the 4 negatives are. Memory leaks, memory leaks, memory leaks, spiders. That's it. Very, very basic. This is the worst memory leak game I've ever encountered. It is easily and effortlessly a triple negative memory leak game. That there's no arguing this. This is what we call the objective negative right here. These 3, not the 4, the 3, because the 4th negative is extremely subjective. I wanted to talk about that briefly. We do have the mod on, of course, but the memory leaks. Oh my god, they're so bad. They're so bad. But let's talk about the spiders mod. So I know some people don't agree with that, and that's fine. Disagreements are good, but you're wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't joke. I shouldn't joke. I apologize. Let me write this down really quick here. There we go. Yeah, so let's talk about this very briefly, because last time we had over an hour discussion about this, and this has been rediscussed several times since, and each time we've come back to the exact same conclusion. If a game manages spiders like this, then it gets a negative. Period. That's where that's at. That's that line. Now, we're only giving the 1 negative. That was part of the compromise for that. But the fact of the matter is there are many, many tools in the developer's arsenal to be able to get rid of arachnophobia problems. Games before this have gotten rid of arachnophobic problems, and games after this have gotten rid of arachnophobia problems. The fact that the game has so many tools at its disposal to fix this problem so effortlessly, like there are so many anti-spider mods that it's kind of a pick and choose, because the spiders themselves use the exact same AI script as multiple other enemies within the game. What I'm trying to explain there is it's actually just one toggle. It's so effortless to change them into something else. That's why there's so many mod options, because you could just toggle them and change the appearance and the sound file. Those are the 2 things. There's appearance and sound file into something else. You're done, because you don't have to change the AI or the scripting or the attacks or anything. It's a joke how easy it is to fix. And that's obviously the easy fix. The much more complex fix that everybody else does is the crab fix. Now, some of you haven't heard about the crab fix, because I got a few questions about this the last time this came up. So you're probably wondering, hold on, Lore, are you giving every game that has spiders a negative? No, there are 4. Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, Dragon Age Inquisition, and Skyrim. You're probably wondering, why? Well, there's several specifics that go into it, but the biggest thing by far, the largest overwhelming thing that affects most people, is the animation. Most spiders in video games and in fiction, like in movies and shows and stuff, are not animated like spiders. They don't move like spiders. They move like crabs. And movement is a big trigger for arachnophobia. So the reason spiders don't really bother me and the overwhelming majority of everything else is because they're not spiders. They're crabs. And yeah, there are 2 films that bypass this. We talked about this, as Darkrai points up. Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, because of Shelob, and Harry Potter 2. Everything else, crabs. And I mention this because you're thinking, well, hang on. Why would everybody do that with crabs? And I've done digging on this topic because of how much acid people have spit in my face over this negative, which I'm still standing by the way. You cannot convince me not to do this. Not because I can't be convinced, because it's actually really easy for you to convince me of something, but because every time you all try to fight me on this topic, I look into it more, and am then more convinced that I'm right on this topic. Because the overwhelming majority of developers and animators and designers for cartoon shows, for movies, for live-action television and CGI stuff, and for video games have for the overwhelming number of years, for the last 40 plus years, this goes back into stop motion animation, have gone out of their way to animate spiders like crabs. And the reason this all got started is because of arachnophobia. Because it is a very well-known phobia. Because it is a very problematic thing for a lot of people. Because several people who do not have arachnophobia are still bothered by the sight of realistic moving spiders. So, spiders are very common in fiction, but not really. So, the fact that they went way out of their way to ensure that their spiders are as realistic as possible, and did not offer any of the options to bypass that, negative. There it is. And that's all there is to that, really. Thank you, Unicorn Scotch. Very, very much. 67 months. That's a weird thought. I will put that towards the various... I'll figure that out later. I don't know what's on the list. By the way, just in case I didn't say that clearly enough, yes, Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition will both also get this negative. It's okay. We've got mods for all three. That's how that system works. We mod something out and we give it a negative. Now let's make sure the game actually launches, because I'm going to laugh if it doesn't. Hey, my breakfast is almost here. It's the kind of thing that never processed for me, Kikos, more until I looked into it. And the more I looked into it, the more I was like, yeah, no, those aren't spiders. Those are crabs. Yeah, to be very honest, this is the same. That's a very good point, Dark Prince Revan. Thank you for bringing that up. This is functionally the same negative I would give a game that had strobing lights for a significant section of the gameplay. Especially something you can't skip or turn off. If there's a game that's just like, that's a negative. I should know, because we actually have, yeah, The Incredibles 2 is a great example of this. But we actually have precedents for that, because we gave that negative to Star Trek Shattered Universe. You remember that? The wormhole? Anyways, this is a great song. Enjoy it. It's one of the only good songs in the game. I'm joking, but it is probably my favorite song in the game. Okay, now that we got that nonsense done and over with, move on. So it mutes when I'll tab. We're just going to have to live with that. So we could do this in a lot of different orders, because we've got this stuff up here, right? So the first thing we're going to do is Leliana's song.
Do you want to know a secret? This tale of foolish people long ago, I know what happened and what is true, but I don't know how it should end. Let me tell it one more time, and perhaps together we will see.
God damn it. God damn it, the Borderlands thing.
Very nice. Months of planning, favors. Everything is waiting for us. We are here to show Ferelden how Orlais commands the game. Several jobs and a personal score of my own, but the rest of the night is yours. Think you're up to it, pretty thing? You know I'm ready for anything. Of course you are. You're mine.
Yeah, those subtitles are so tiny. I could barely read those. I'll say, I know there's a mod to make them
Love to
bigger.
watch her go. Returns me to the stone.
Focus.
A little fun with the wigs of Ferelden. They weren't expected. Not like in Orlais.
The clients want a little stealing? A few insults? Some good old revenge.
Eyes open. We've got our targets. Let's find them.
Yeah, I noticed the brightness is weird. Hang on, what is going on with that? It's where it should be. Everything's where it should be. Except... Change what, Colgrim? Pray tell. No, Narset, I've decided just this once, for you, and for no other reason. As of this second, I've decided to skip it. Congrats, Evo. I've beaten this game on Nightmare too. It's a lot of fun. Where are my graphics options? No, I'm sorry. There are graphics options in this game. I know that there are. But they're not here. I'm confused by this. This is not what I was talking about, by the way. Like, you notice there's no full screen option here at all. Maybe that'll fix the textures a little bit. I'll be honest, I didn't even see that, so you have a much better eyes than me, Nero's, because I'm looking at a better thing than you. Yeah, by the way, I had to edit an INI file to make this game windowed mode. Because there should have been an option here for it. There's also another option. I think this is actually it. So we'll turn that off. And we'll see when we get there, I suppose. Okay, that does look better on the brightness side of things. Wow! Okay. It's, okay. Yeah, so in case you're missing this, the game's like, no, you gotta level. It will not allow me to progress without leveling. Okay. Hang on. So font size, that we actually have a category for that. It's called improper resolution scaling. That is a very, very common negative we give games like these. And that is irregardless of time, to be very clear. There are modern games that make this problem. Oh, thank you very, very much. Appreciate you. Breakfast is here. There are modern games that make this exact same problem just as much as games from 12 years ago. And yeah, I should also mention that there are games from quite a while ago that do not make this exact same problem. So, you know. Like I said, nope. This is... Now, what did I get here? Mango ginger with protein. That's probably a one-off thing. I doubt anybody cares about my opinion elsewise. Oh, that's good. It's weird, though. Probably because I got mango and ginger. Hi, Uzumaki. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. We just started, by the way. We're at the very beginnings of things. Put that there. Put this here. Put this over somewhere over here. Hey, Smoothie King, if you sponsor me, I'll sponsor you. Give me free smoothies. What? They're good smoothies. What do you want from me? They are. They're good smoothies. Smoothie King. Oh, there you go. Smoothie King. Hey, bye, Smoothie King. Okay. I'll have to deal with the rest of the minute. Alright, throw it. Whatever. Let's level. So the game will let me move. This particular adventure, go ahead and scooch down here.
The goods
Oh, God.
are stored here in the square.
I don't know, Ect. I'd have to look it up. What game? What? Oh, do I like the music? Yes. I'm gonna go with yes. Final answer. We are... I don't understand that question, Panko. God damn it. So the controls in this game are what I would call the inverse of the controls in Baldur's Gate 3. So, you're gonna have to be patient with me.
The guards will be looking for any excuse to bring out the blades.
And of course go into, you know, CRPG mode. Hey, I did, I heard.
Now I wonder.
Yeah, it actually tabs people. There's one way this game is objectively better than Baldur's Gate 3. You can actually tab to see people, not just items on the ground. And yeah, I was not hitting tab, I was hitting the other button. Okay, so what are we doing here? Yep, you cannot toggle it because screw you. Toggles are for losers. Good morning, Eternus.
There's our noble to disgrace.
Alright,
Don't let them near me.
oh yeah, I need to turn the volume down. It's bad audio, everything. So we're gonna turn down sound effects. We're gonna turn down music. That should be okay. And also that. No, don't exit, resume. Okay. I'm not gonna set up my gambits right now, to be blunt. We'll just let it live.
It's done.
I've had enough!
A bit of fun, but does a beating seem too plain?
Nobles only really hurt when you hit their reputation.
Good time to mention that, oh my god, it really is just the inverse.
We're supposed to strip him of dignity, not his things.
It'll be both if we find an amusing place to leave them.
Like, seriously, there are left clicks instead of right clicks, and right clicks instead of middle clicks, compared to Baldur's Gate 3. So this is interesting. To my knowledge, yes, Lord Harriman. Obviously, books have delved into prior
We are
to this.
quite the target.
Here, we've got trouble in the streets.
Yeah, no, that's going to take me some adjusting. I've played 100 hours of Baldur's Gate 3, so it's going to take me a minute.
No more from you.
Ha! Enough! Ha!
Evo,
Push them back!
over 100 actually,
the
but
god
yes.
will be after us now.
Good. Bring him
I'll
on.
do it. Imports of import. The man thinks he's clever.
Several, Panka, but I don't ask me names because I don't know names.
Ugh. Dead people jewelry.
This is everyone's so confused by this. This is what we did last time too, if I'm not mistaken. Chronologically, this is the beginning of the series. So we're starting chronologically from the beginning.
Finery? This Sir Wally has clearly never been to Orlais.
I suppose that's fair, Colgrim.
He'll have some explaining to do now. Let's put these to better use somewhere. It's not as pretty as I remember. Maybe these things have a better use than just selling them again.
Swap the goods around. They'll jump to blame each other. Sounds like Marjolaine found her mark.
Renwald's relics, as if he found them. Let him explain why he's got these in store. There's our northern trinkets.
Yeah, I have a feeling. So this and Golems of Amgram are not really that good, in my opinion. In fact, Golems, we're probably going to start racking up some negatives when we get there. Don't worry, we're not doing that yet. We'll do that before Awakening, I think. It's always nice to see a game where the DLC actually lowers the score rather than raises it. And by nice, I mean terrible. But hang on. Thank you, Gwahir. Very much. Have I read the books? Oh my god! Just... I just... I'm not going to answer that. I don't even know where to go with that. Alright, I just... Ignoring the fact that I literally just answered that about 3 minutes ago. And earlier today. Also the fact that, of course I've read the freaking books. I've done a lore run on this series. It's actually one of the earlier lore runs we ever did. No, Colgrim, I've never read a book before. I cannot read Eternus, no. I have a little program that goes Eternus 88 : space you can read ? And it's just that's what's playing in my ear the entire time. Wait, books are awesome? Now, who can afford to read books in this economy? I want a game that's 100 hours long and boring. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. You only picked 2 things, Evo. Oh, I forgot to say thank yous. Right. I forgot to say thank yous. Actually, I have, Lunaruth. So, this was a well-funded game. In fact, this game broke some records. In fact, it broke 2 records, but the one doesn't really matter. The other record is much more interesting. How many people do you think funded the Dragon Age block? Now, you're all guessing way too high, because let me give you some statistics here. The Metroid block, which is a large block, was funded by 48 people. Okay, so that's your range right there, right? Crusader Kings 3, another long game, that's 34 people. XCOM 2 is 43 people. Devil May Cry block, that was 27 people. It doesn't take that many people to get a block funded, so you're guessing way too high. Our previous winner for this is something that I apparently don't have in this document, which is probably because it's over here. Yeah, there it is. Our previous record was actually Cyberpunk with 48 people. So, of course, y'all guessed over high, so now this is going to sound unimpressive, but 107 people donated for the Dragon Age block, which is not just a new record, it's a new record by double. That is twice the number of people who have put money towards any other run that's ever been funded. In fact, it's over twice. Like I said, 48 was the previous record holder. 107. Speaking of which, shoutouts and thank you to... Hang on, let me get the title music playing. Let me pull this up on YouTube really quick here. Because we're gonna be here a second. Shoutouts and thank you to... No, that's a perfect background. What are you talking about? There you go. Two Bassmaster, Two Minuets, Alpha Host, Ankros, Arathrobo, Aristere, Berenian, Braegwin, Caspian, Churchy, Churen, Dame Celeste, Darth Raptor, Darth Trinius, Doom Rider, Dream Whisperer, Dr. Winter, Exem, Epic, Floating Triangles, Frieza, Fringe Philosopher, Jinja Ninja, Gossi, Gigapudding, Hazardous Materials, Hediori, Hyperspeed Folklore, I Drink From a Ham, If and Bud, Itri, Jesse's Mask, Jesse Ward, Geludo, Jonathan Book, Johnny Bigby, Kira White Noise, King Venom Mui, Colgrim, Latario, Lee Andrews, Linkensky, Loke the Night Reaper, Lolomlas, Lord Haramont, scroll down a little bit, Magmag, Manwithiel, Mike, Mike Romano, Mr. Red, Narset, Nevermore, Novarius, Novin, Nithrius, Orcano, Overseer USA, Pancakes, Panka, Papanix, Pesnator, Pico, Pika, Pterodactyl, Pulikas Jalou, Ramble, S.A. Ross, Sakage, SDR, Shikor, Yura, Shishki, Ciela, Spartan, Sub-Zero, Super Hollow Man, Sildeer, Tastenhauer, Taylor Black, Takari Elise, the Black Sky Darkens, The Crow, TKG Wildfire, Tonic the Dog Tor, Tizara, Unicorn Scotch, Valvadrix, Verigalian, Venaru, Wenlock, Zerpak, XX Venom SNM XX, Yada Kudahi, Yura, Zebros, Zlartek, Zophie, the person who put this game on the books, which is Oculus, and our majority shareholders, which include, but are not limited to, Abyssacat, Blade Traval, Croatia, Direct D, Evo Iliani, hang on, there's several of these, Max Z, Shadow Machine, Vansony, and I know I'm missing one, and Sonoshi. We've never had that many majority shareholders, so I had to go through and find... No, I was reading in alphabetical order until we got to the majority shareholders, which I then had to go back through and manually pull out a list. This game took 993 days to fund, for those curious. So that's neat. Okay. By the way, 29 people funded Baldur's Gate 3 for a bit of perspective. That does include before it was a block. Just why I mentioned it that way. Okay. Oh my god. I believe, yes, Penka. I believe the day we announced the possibility of audit reviews because of the Oblivion line was the day people donated for Dragon Age Origins, specifically. You know, I don't remember Vekajab. I know our first stream wasn't, because streaming wasn't a thing back then. They fired my ass for being sick to the point of death long before then. Thank you, Eternus, very, very much. I do always and ever appreciate very much. Thank you, Eternus. Although you didn't put that towards anything other than what you said to put it towards. So, largest single donation ever. I don't know is the answer to that question, because I don't really have a metric to keep track of that, or to track that. But I know that I have gotten a $1,000 donation several times in my life. So, probably that. I don't know if anybody's ever broken the 1,000 marker. So, pause. Super pause. Super pause. Super pause. So this is possibly Mr. Red. Again, I don't actually have a way of keeping track of that. I'm not sure I'm going to give a positive for the fact that it has tactical pause. I know that sounds like a strange statement, but it'd be like giving a positive to a Mega Man game for the fact that it has the jump button. Because it's core gameplay, right? It's a core function of the game. Now, what it does with that, and how well it plays and how well it smooths, that we could give a positive. I'm not going to give a positive for the fact that jumping exists. You know what I mean? I will think about that. No, God, please don't, Eternus. Please don't. I don't. Especially not today. My poor heart couldn't take that today. Ace Combat 5, StarCraft, and Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. You got it. Thank you, Eternus, very much. I do always appreciate you. Okay. The game throws a lot at us very quickly, but we're going to not really review some of that. We're just going to leave like base gameplay elements and mechanic elements and interface elements for later. For now, let's just focus on reviewing the content of this DLC, and I think that'll make this a little bit smoother of an experience. So we'll talk about like the difference between this and this later. So we're given a few quests initially. Very, very little information. Probably because this was intended to be played after you've already started the game. So, you know, yay. We also have... we're kind of forced into this situation, but we're given a healer, a tank, and of course ourselves as a DPS to start. So we've got something going on. Where's the... probably this way. We can also kill the hell out of people. Intended play order. Pshaw, I say. There's a collection plate, which we're going to rob, of course.
From the poor box?
If their maker misses this, the Chantry has bigger problems.
Here, we've got trouble in the streets.
Yeah, I think this is only my third time playing this. No, fourth. Which I guess sounds like a lot, but it really, really isn't.
To the last!
Like, I've replayed Origins and Dragon Age in general far more times than 4. I think at times I need to bring up the usefulness of the map. It's there? How many times I play this game? probably think about that. Let me process this for a second. How many times have I played through Dragon Age Origins? I'm going to only count full playthroughs. It's wrong direction. So there was the initial where I hated the game. There was the one where I fell in love with the game.
From shadow to your heart.
I need to write that down while I'm thinking about it. Oh no, that's not usually when I stop.
Oh, Marjolaine was hard on her poor captain. Wonder if I could add to that. Looks to the world that he's drunk on duty. A good start. I wonder how much shame he can bear. A non-regulation addition, I'm sure.
Passed out on the job, holding suspect materials? Disgraceful.
It's a start.
A start, she says.
Come on! Damn you lot, open up! Who?
Jovi Maris?
Oh no, I was supposed to be safe!
Sorry, you told stories about the wrong noble.
I ain't going back! I'm not!
Good with me.
That's the minimum. Oof! How do they get so heavy on such terrible food?
Ah, nobody boils an innard like a Ferelden.
Rose. Let's see, we killed him. We already did that. Okay. Let's do this really quick. While we're here. So let's see. No, I'm not turning off persistent gore because I want y'all to really see it when we really get into it. Kidding. So Meadfist says you hated this game? Yes, I actually did. It's okay, I can explain why. But I already have. So rather than do so, do you all where's the right around here? Do you want to hear this story for the 15th time? I feel like I've told this story at least 4 times now. There it is.
Dark and deep. How many coins down this thing are gone for good?
Down you go.
Bet that's why Denerim water tastes wrong.
Watch out!
Ew.
To clean the street.
And also yes.
Let's make this last.
City Elf Origin is the beginning of the story, but it's only part of it.
We are just that good.
So, first of all, I played City Elf Origin, which I will not detail right now, but we'll get to in a minute, and when we do, you'll see why I hated it. And I mean hated. I actually still hate it. I still plan to give it a negative, in fact. So, that sucked. So that put me in a really sour mood for things. Now, I didn't actually keep going with the City Elf Origin. Instead, I switched over to Noble. Human Noble, specifically. And decided to keep going with that. And I made a really big mistake. I played a dual-wielding warrior. Thank you, Talia Zed. Always appreciate you. If you give me a moment, I will jot that down before it scrolls off the screen. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. And Spice Wars. Urquan Masters and System Shock. Oh, there we go. I got it. I got it right at the end. Whew. No, Pika. Just for you and for no other reasons, I'm not doing all of the origins. So, you're probably wondering, what's the problem with that? In my opinion, Dual Wield Warrior sucks. It's not like it's a bad build. Don't mistake me. It actually does pretty decent damage. But for me, personally, really, really, really boring. Which means you're playing through a very long game, which you're already in a bad mood about, in the most boring way possible. So every combat was irritating. Every combat was a pebble in my shoes. And I was just, the whole game. I got to the end, and of course, hang on. There's several other asterisks on the way, but there's 3 big ones. So, City Elf Origin, playing as a dual-wield warrior, and then we get to the end, and I was so pissed at the game by this point that I took the ritual and died. Which means the ending, probably one of the only good BioWare endings ever made, was something I didn't experience because I was dead. Instead, I got this bonkers dumb ending with Alistair, who was like, oh, I loved her so much. And I was just like, okay, cool. And that was that. So, you know, yeah, I was too dead to play the epilogue. All 3 of those things just made this whole game kind of crap for me. When I replayed it, I played a mage.
Right. Marjolaine? Marjolaine! Don't tease me today.
That's how we do it.
Ooh, pretty thing. Out of breath, hair in a state. You'd be a scandal on the streets of Orlais. And you love it.
If I'm not mistaken, you want me this way.
You think you know a lot. Like how to get back at my poor captain. You'd have done worse if you knew him. We are done with distractions. Now I have something special in mind. Lem,
Aye, Marjolaine?
make sure she has everything she needs. There will be no rest for us tonight.
Don't keep me in the dark. Who's the mark of distinction you have in mind?
In good time, just know that we will have earned a special rest when all is done. Ready yourself and come back to me.
That's a good question, Uzumaki. I suppose we'll find out since we're doing a review.
I need only my skill, Marjolaine. I am always ready.
That, my pretty thing, is what I like to hear.
I might mod in those subtitles, because holy crap, those are hard for me to read.
Sodding stone.
You can't come to Denerim without visiting the Earl's estate.
You're mad.
The Earl is away, and most of the King's patrol has been drawn to some sort of trouble in the market. Our employer just wants us to plant some embarrassing papers under the cover of a burglary. It will be assumed they were here all along, unless you think you're not up to my challenge.
Kept anything else to yourself? Like what the papers are? Or who hired us?
I think that they are payments, suggesting mistresses. And you know as well as I that we do not need to know the players.
We let nobles decide who to blame. We are just the enablers of the game.
That's it. Now we split to divide the gold, find a fun way in, and put the papers where they can be found but are not obvious. In the bedroom, nice and personal. Don't keep me waiting.
Tonight is not about shadows. We want some chaos to hide our true purpose.
Could we do that without leaving a trail right to us?
Always want a clear path to run, hey boy?
Yeah, I'm. This is not a good French accent, but I've heard a lot worse. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Lord Hermont tries to play devil's advocate for my first playthrough, which I'm not sure why he's doing, because you don't really have to play devil's advocate. I mean, you're right, I could have played mage. I didn't know.
I'll learn you twice.
It's obvious why I didn't, though. And I mean that with sincerity, as we'll talk about when we get to the origins.
Did that one seem better trained to you?
Fancier uniform, too.
Yeah, that's called an elite. It's the Mega Man X1 thing. The game kind of goes out of its way to
So,
discourage you from playing a mage on first playthrough.
soldiers on loan to the Arl?
Oops, I actually did that wrong. I want to put that down here. There we go.
More reason to dump them out of sight or something.
Yeah, we're gonna do the one I actually intend to play last, Mike Kamano. So to explain that slightly, if you want to play as a... First of all, if you want to play as a dwarf, you cannot play a mage. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't make sense. I'm just pointing out that you're already being discouraged from playing a mage. Then we move on to the fact that in order to play as a mage, you have to do the mage origin. So...
No running, no hiding.
Possibly. Vulgar. I don't know why I'm looting this.
In my time.
But, like, the point I'm trying to reach is if you want to play, you know, a human noble, or a commoner city elf, or a commoner dwarf, or a dwarf noble, well, good luck playing a mage. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you have to play Mage Origin to play a mage. But, of course, I've already been wrong once, yesterday, about this game, so I'm going to say that a little hesitantly.
Yeah, your mother said as much.
But you get my point. So, assuming I am correct about this, even if I am not exactly correct about this, you have one of, what is it, 6? Hang on, mage, dwarf, elf, human. So yeah, one of the 6, 1/6 of the options are mage, and the other 5/6 of the options are not mage. And that's my point. The game, just by nature of how it's designed, discourages you from playing mage, because in order to play a mage, you have to play a mage. You can be an elf mage or a human mage, but that's it.
Right. Let's find more soldiers and make a nice mess before we plant the papers.
Love it when you talk like that. You too, Sketch.
Let's go ahead and get one other thing out of the way. We're probably not going to give this game a particularly large number of brickwork positives.
Gentlemen.
Now, we will probably give a couple. I can think of a couple areas that I think are going to be visually interesting enough to warrant a positive. But only a couple.
Give me more!
Yeah, we might actually give a negative to some areas.
More behind us.
I mean...
I said to hide the bodies. I said...
Pat your back later.
Hey, 5. We will not be skipping the fade because this is a review.
Careful now.
You asked
From
for it!
shadow to your heart.
I hope you enjoy it, Pastor, and thank you, Fife, very much. Always. Now, the problem, Eternus, is this screen... The whole reason I zoomed out right here was so you could see what good brickwork looks like in this game. Because you're looking at it. This is as good as it gets. This is the ceiling. So, Yakuza 0, Guild Wars 2, and the StarCraft log. That's fair. Orzamar's probably the real ceiling. But the point is, we've got Orzammar and we've got this. And yeah. And this is absolutely a victim of the Brown era of gaming. One of the things that I always find shocking is when I go straight from Origins to 2, because 2 all of a sudden has color. It's weird. If it's not obvious, I prefer to play down here. We'll talk about the different playstyles later. Like I said, we're mostly just gauging the content so far.
On my floor, woman.
Please, Master Vaughn. I heard something outside.
You know the penalty for speaking out of turn.
Well, he's
That
dead.
boy will grow into something special.
Except it doesn't let us do anything. So.
Always something
Thick
else.
doors make every room a surprise.
Time for some fun.
Yeah, different voice actor. But I believe that is the implication.
First to the line, first to the...
Oh, that's right. Dragon Age 2 is better than Dragon Age Origins in every way except for all the ways that matter. Right. In all sincerity, I'm pretty sure I know how Dragon Age Origins is going to review. It'll actually be pretty similar to the Baldur's Gate 3 review we just did. It'll have a really high story score, and then it will have some flaws when it comes to everything else, especially on the gameplay axis. And then we will have
Right.
Awakening, which is...
Come, Commander. Let's see your little dragon.
What the?
But Dragon Age 2? I honestly have no idea how Dragon Age 2 will review.
In my time. Right. The master bedroom. We can plant the papers in the desk. These are Orlesian seals.
Be quick, pretty thing. We are wearing out our welcome.
Marjolaine, these seals are Orlesian military. This is not some embarrassment of nobility.
Who am I to say what upsets this lot?
You seem to know them pretty well from what I saw.
That will do, Leliana. We have to get moving.
I don't like this.
Leliana, later. Move.
To talk about the content we're currently covering, I do like how the game does a decent amount to implicate and imply without having to go full tilt into it. What I mean by that is, the fact we've been spent the entire DLC so far running around being laughy, silly, and generally chaotic roguey. And then we see that these seals are from Orlesian military, and all of that is dropped in an instant. Which makes sense. The Chevaliers are the reason Orlais, excuse me, is actually a power at all, as we talked about during the lore run, which I'll try to keep the lore running to a minimum. I do apologize for my rambling. But the Orlesian military is serious business, and that distinction and that contrast not only helps to set up what's about to happen, but gives a little bit of background. It's like, oh, okay. Implication based on reaction is a good way to do this kind of exposition.
3, 6, carry over the Ort. Oh, no. Looking a little peaked, Missy.
Doesn't this job worry you?
Nothing about us being here hits you as wrong.
Haven't thought about it. My purse follows Marjolaine. Good eye for money, that one.
But if we're caught...
If you're caught, I never know what you're doing out there. That's how I like it.
Okay.
Never mind.
Never do.
What's this?
We rob the Earl and he boils the same old gruel.
I'll sink a stone in it. Make you feel at home.
Split wood.
Ditch rock.
I was right to be worried. It doesn't matter. You need to remember your place. You do not question me in front of the others, Leliana. Not in the field, not anywhere.
The game is one thing. We go back and forth between nobles, and the authorities turn a blind eye. It is amusement. But these papers... If the seals were Orlesian military, then bringing them to Ferelden is treason. Marjolaine, there is no blind eye for treason. They hang you in the street.
By contrast, this is bad exposition.
Lost in a strange place. Ah, this is about seeing me with that officer, isn't it?
We can also tell pretty much immediately, even if we know nothing about what's going on, that Marjolaine is a prat who should probably be stabbed to death. This woman has already tried to gaslight us as Liliana at least twice, depending on how severely you want to define that, including what just happened.
That was your business. I accept that with you. But this is different. I've known people cross the line into treason, and I miss them all.
If you are determined that we must undo this, I will alter my plans. You know there is always a cost when that happens.
Thank you, Marjolaine. Our lives are exciting enough, no?
Just be ready. Give me a moment.
Also, I hate her outfit. If I might be so bold, there's several things I hate about the visuals of this game. Sorry. So, yeah. What I'm pointing at right now. At least it's not super sexy. Well, that's a problem we'll have with the next game. But that... yeah, I don't know what else to add to that. This game took 6 years to make, which may not sound like a long time. But it really is. This was a long game to make, and it shows. It shows good, and it shows bad. On the good side, this is actually a game with a lot of content and a weirdly large amount of polish in several areas. However, on the bad side, this looks like a game from 6 years before it came out. Like this essentially looks like, in many cases, a PlayStation 2 game instead of a PlayStation 3 game. The pinnacle of defense. Sure. Whoop. Yeah, and there's just a choker there. Because, you know, why not?
You are ready? Because this will not be easy.
Actually, no.
We'll
Hang
go
on.
back when it is dark again. They won't expect a second break-in so soon.
We can say we were there to steal the papers in the first place, for Orlais.
I don't plan on having to tell anyone. Shall we go?
Hang on.
Just a moment or two more.
Hey, it was F5. I forgot to even check. Okay, so hang on. This is awful. Preference, Dakota. No, you can edit hotkeys. I apologize for how long this is taking. Okay. Yes, I even mentioned it earlier today, Panka. It's part of one of the many reasons why BioWare is turbo screwed. Forgive me for being so blasé about it, but I've already talked about it like 3 times at this point, Panka. It is, as you might imagine, a common point of topic. Wow, okay. No, Trihexia, no. Mass Effect 4 is a glimmer in someone's eye. No, the game that might come out, emphasis mine, might come out is Dragon Age 4. Mass Effect 5 is not happening. I would be legitimately shocked if Mass Effect 5 comes out in any substantial way. I apologize. Modding the subtitle size is a little more involved. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to figure out some things here. Oh yeah, Dragon Age 4 will also suck. We already know that they have changed direction with regards to development on it at least twice. And that's the ones we've known. That's the ones that we are aware of. We also know that they just fired several of the people who worked on it, including core writers. We also know that EA in general, or excuse me, EA in specific, is worried about the fact that their cash cow franchises aren't. Now, you might say, who cares? Well... yeah. The problem here is EA, so this is going to sound strange. EA is one of the better companies to work for right now, and I mean that with sincerity. I know that sounds very strange, but it's true. It's one of the most legit gaming publishers, one of the AAA companies, I should clarify, one of the better AAA companies to work for. And I know that sounds pathetic, and that's arguably true, but it is true. It is how that works. Thing is, one of the ways that EA can get away with being decent like that is they have their cash cows. The cash cows bring the money in so they can look at the investors and the money people and say, hey, we're making money, leave us alone, and afford to be able to take care of their people. Unfortunately, as I just mentioned, Apex Legends, which was one of their cash cows, and Battlefield, which is their other cash cow, have not been performing well. Akamana says, what about the sports games? So this is going to sound strange, but their sports games don't count because they're technically under another label, and that's in the accounting is being counted as a cash cow for a whole different company. So EA doesn't get to count that. So sports is over there. That doesn't count. So they needed Apex Legends, they needed Battlefield, and they don't have either. That means the money people and the investment and the people who actually make decisions about this thing demanded that there be a large number of cost-cutting features being put immediately into EA in order to trim the fat, in order to tighten the belt, and all the other dumb things that investors usually demand of their companies. Which is why, earlier this year, a promise was made to the board that, don't worry, we will lay off about 6% of our staff. Now, that may sound like a small amount. Look up how many people EA employs worldwide sometime. So, that means EA has now started trimming some fat. And that means they are not taking care of their people as well. And it means they are not as cool with regards to their own companies, their own developers right now. So BioWare, everyone's saying BioWare is being sacrificed. Actually, what's more like... everyone's saying BioWare is being killed. I actually have an alternate theory. I think BioWare is being sacrificed. So, something I've talked about recently, and please forgive me for reiterating, because I know some of you watched the Baldur's Gate 3 run, I've already said this there. But over in that... Oh my god, really? Yes, go ahead and open it. Sacrificial lambs, sacrificial companies is a common trend. Because one of the things I like to talk about is money people. Now, yes. What are you doing? Money people is my term. It refers to the people who make... Jesus Christ, Dakota. That's funny. Money people are the people who make the decisions. Who that is varies from company to company, which is why I use such a generic term as the money people. They're the ones who decide, you know, this is what we're doing. Money people almost always comes down to the board or the investors. That varies, but you know, that's the most common thing. So it tends to happen is a specific group of money people will be like, hey, we want you to do this dumb thing. And people in charge, people who actually have to implement these things, tend to know that these are dumb things. Now, they may not care, but they tend to know that these are dumb things. So what most executives do is they look at the companies and the development staff and the teams that they have access to, and they say, you're the sacrificial lamb. You get to implement this dumb thing. And they go and implement the dumb thing, and it almost never works because it's a dumb thing. As Takoida points out, the dumb thing, this is not new. None of this is new. This is a very common cycle. Nowadays, it's AI, but it was NFTs not too long ago, and it's a billion other things. If you just rewind time about a year, you'll see it's another dumb thing, and before that it was another dumb thing, and before that it was another dumb thing. So what I think is going to happen is BioWare is going to be the latest sacrificial lamb. They're going to be the ones to have to do the latest dumb thing. So I bet you money that Dragon Age 4, in whatever state it comes out, will be riddled with whatever dumb things they've been told to put into it. And it will suck, and it will bomb, and that will be the end of that. But it's okay, because they did what they were told to. So, that's cool. I mean, they got bills to pay, Leonard. The most common thing I hear from people who work at companies which are, awful, is that, well, they've got bills to pay. And that's how it is. Okay, let's see if this actually worked. Maybe. There should be a configuration here. Why is there not a configuration here? Oh, for God's sakes.
Now, Liliana, this is your initiative.
I will sleep easier when this is all done.
It will all work out. I promise.
You were right. The grounds were bare. Perhaps we stole everything worth guarding.
There. Let's get your precious papers and go.
Yeah. Here we go.
A little heavy-footed over the wall, maybe? I'll draw the ones I can. Go!
She's gone again!
Guess we're going the other way.
Time for some fun!
I've had enough! Make it good. You're dying and you know it.
Well, I'm not letting you get away so easily.
If we're going for trinkets, make it quick.
Right.
Bloody!
I'll do it.
To the last!
Another pawn in the game! In my time.
Time for what I like best. Take you! First to the line, first to the floor.
Right.
There should be more guards out here.
There! Oh, she made it out! Why isn't she running? Marjolaine, I fought the ones that could, but there must be more.
It's all right.
We can tell them about the papers. There must be an embassy, or they can petition.
Shh, my pretty thing. Shh.
Our plan will work, won't it?
I have a way out. Yes.
Well, well, well. An Orlesian spy caught with her hands on hard-won Ferelden intelligence. You'll be worth a pretty sum.
It is worse than losing them to death, isn't it? When the one closest to you is untrue. A friend. I can help. But you must find your resolve.
Well, this is new. Did we break the game by increasing the subtitle size? Of all things? Of all things, did that break the game? And guys, I'm not unmuting while I'm on the phone. You're going to have to live with that. If I'm on the phone, I'm muting. That's life.
You are not the only one Marjolaine has exploited. She has an eye for weakness. In youth, confidence, faith. No. You feel alone, perhaps, for the first time. But you are far from helpless. Others need... I must go.
Hang on a sec.
You...
Wow. Okay. It's really easy to tell if I'm on the phone. If I'm muted for an extended period of time, especially if you tell me I'm muted, then I'm on the phone. I do occasionally mute myself by accident. But not only do I have an indicator right there, which I usually notice pretty quickly, but the moment someone says muted, I usually immediately unmute myself. So, can you hear it? Yeah, the game is running right now. We just can't see anything. So hang on. Let's just poke at this again. We might have to uninstall the subtitles. I installed the subtitles mostly for you guys. Admittedly, I like having subtitles I can read too. But yeah, we may have to
do this. I shouldn't have to do this.
Okay. Seeing if all the interface works correctly. Anyways. We're going to find out, because we're going to leave the mod on for the moment and see what happens.
Sketch!
Liliana, watch out.
Nice song. Yeah, we were betrayed so hard the game glitched out, we had to restart it. Although at least it restarts in literal seconds, as opposed to another game I can mention. I mean, I had people accusing me of being too hard on Baldur's Gate 3, because clearly the only reason I was having any bugs was because I tried to install a mod early on.
If ever... Look out!
No!
Never taste again! Face me now! They take you!
Another born in the game!
Face me now!
Ah, thanks for the song, Liliana. I don't think it's the song
Silas.
it titled to it.
I owe you twice. Especially if you're against Raleigh.
I'm not against anyone. I just want out.
Liliana?
I'm done, Sketch.
I mean, I'm okay with bug luck. I can live with that. Because, you know, that is the luck we have.
Gates everywhere. Got to be a lever.
I just
We are quite the target.
Liliana does not have green skin. I will admit my eyes are not perfect with regards to color distinction, but I don't see anything green there, so... Oh, we're dead.
Finally! A fair fight! Payback!
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't want to. I shouldn't have to do this.
I believe you, Lenareth. At least this game saves my resolution every time I restart the game.
It's done.
Something I cannot say about Inquisition.
Sketch!
I should probably equip the... there. Probably a lighting thing, though. Oh, yeah. Gotta do our song. Greatest song ever. Lunareth could learn a thing or two about this singer right here. English.
Come and get it!
There you go. There's our bar.
No mercy!
Right grateful to you, girl.
Watch out!
If ever, look out!
No! Not more! Oh, lovely. Let's make this last.
I've waited for this. Name's Silas. I owe you twice. Especially if you're against Raleigh.
I'm not against anyone. I just want out.
Liliana?
I'm done, Sketch.
You know, another thing I appreciate about this game? A save only takes a few seconds
Got to be a lever.
to, you know, save. Yeah, it's nice. Just boop, save, done. That's true. There's also a quick load button, which also only takes a few seconds to load, although memory leaks cause that issue. Cause that should get worse. About time, Mr. Red. Jeez, what took you so long?
Right.
Rah! As the song goes. That's why they call this Liliana song, because rah! I know which origin I'm going to do. Because it's the only option, unfortunately. There really is only one option. Although I have been argued down that the origins matter.
Fair fight. My turn.
I acquiesce that point.
No more from you!
Yeah, we're playing mage.
No running, no hiding. Enough!
You demand it!
From shadow to your heart. Let's make this last.
Sure, Loke. I'm not gonna argue it. You win.
Oh. Oh no. No.
Doug.
She did this. With her beast. They will both answer. Right.
Relevance to story. So to explain that out a little bit, because we did have a discussion about this. I was saying that the origins don't matter, which is wrong. I am inaccurate about that. The origins do matter for determining an all-important aspect of gameplay.
In my time.
Role-playing. And specifically, the choices gameplay. So, it is a relevant thing. A relevant thing to the game. But that's not what I meant, which is why I say I was wrong. My terminology was incorrect. So let me speak very clearly. What I want is to have specific, relevant meat content relative to your origins. What I want, to put it in very simple terms, is World of Warcraft Legion. For those of you who have not played Legion, every single class in Legion has their own separate story arc. Their own class hall, their own quests, their own content. You play a rogue, you have this whole wonderful arc that's rogue exclusive. That's what I wanted. I wanted there to be... Yeah, Tor Vanilla is another perfect example of this. I wanted there to be something substantial and meaty and what I call prime opt content for a specific origin. And that's not what's in this game. Does it matter? Yeah, absolutely. Is there some cool stuff you can do relative to that, giving you unique dialogue options or allowing you to change the flavor of your character? Absolutely, yes. But there's not what I wanted, and that's what I was screwing up with regards to the aforementioned terminology.
Right.
I've waited
I'll
for
do
this.
it.
Well, I was specifically referring to good content, Lanero. So.
Careful now. It's done.
Finally!
Right.
A fair fight!
Yeah, exactly. The Dark Knight quest chain. There you go. Perfect. Meanwhile, Evo's just making fun of me.
In my time. No one else is coming. Follow if you want. I have people waiting for me.
I mean, honestly, I would say the majority of job quests are bad in FF14, and I stand by that. Because I've reviewed the game at this point. So I can say that pretty definitively. Oh yeah, I should double check something here really quick. Just make sure. No, Pika, just for you, I'm skipping the Origins. I am here to serve you. I am, as ever, your dancing monkey. So I have no problem skipping content just for you. Especially in a review where we always do as much of the content as is possible, feasible, and reasonable. It's interesting you say that, Lord Harrimont, because then you and I would be in violent disagreement. I do absolutely agree with having exclusive content that only 1/6 of your audience will ever see. And the reason why is because of time and experience. It is F9. Perfect. So what I'm trying to say is, in a vacuum, in an empty meeting without the experience and time having spent with games that have that kind of content, yeah, no, your point is absolutely valid. We don't want to make content that sub players are not going to see. That's valid, and that's a reasonable thing to do. But every time a game does that, it's for the game's benefit, in my opinion. And that's not just my own opinion on the matter. I've talked to many other people about this whenever a game pulls that kind of a trick. And it's pretty rare, admittedly, but every time it's kind of awesome. And yeah, it encourages replayability, too. Let me go back to Legion for a second. How many expansions in WoW do you think me and multiple of my friends leveled every class to max level? If you guessed 1, then you are correct. We did it for Legion. We did it because there was that unique content at the end of Legion for each class. And yeah, some of it did suck. Warrior, looking at you! But because of the fact that it was there, because of the fact that it was fun and interesting and engaging, because of the fact that it was worthwhile, we kept playing the game. We kept replaying the game. And there are other examples, too. Don't ask me right now, because I can't think of any, because I'm brain dead right now. But, you know.
Another pawn in the game.
Yeah, it's just yet another reason why I tend to list Legion as the best WoW expansion.
Never going back!
That we're dead. We're gonna pull around a corner here for a second. Sure, Lord Harriman. On that point, we have now reached the point of disagreement. So, naturally, per the rules of the internet, we now have to have a arm wrestling contest. I'm ready. Oh, hang on.
Keep going. Almost there. I can do this. I have to.
Do I have? I do. Well, if you give me a few minutes or ask other people, they could probably tell you. Dark Knight is worth doing. I can tell you that off the top of my head, Lunarith. Damn right I would, Eternus. The problem is, there's strategy and psychology that goes into arm wrestling. No, it's fine, Lord Harrimont. We could just disagree on this point. It's cool. We can do that. Tell me one significant quest chain, multiple content, that is exclusive to one of the Origins in this game. Not counting the Origins themselves.
Dorothea?
After Ostagar.
Dorothea! Your guest is awake.
So I see. Please, Give us a moment.
Hi, Dorothea.
Please. No doubt you have questions.
Dorothea, shall I know you?
No, no. If you wish a full introduction, I am formally Revered Mother Dorothea.
Your Reverence, then?
My temple is in Orlais. I came here without sanction, hoping to fix the mistakes I have made. So please, just Dorothea.
This is a chantry? Am I to be arrested?
The chantry is not an arm of the King's law, although I am certain these good Ferelden's disapprove of both of our actions.
But you are one of them.
I am also Orlesian. They have no reason to listen to me. But they know that if I fail here, it may harm the chantry as a whole.
This is all interesting, but I need to be a long way from both Ferelden and Orlais very soon.
The papers Marjolaine sold to Commander Raleigh were mine. The papers used against you.
You did this? Those were Orlesian military. It is treason.
My temple receives troop movements, so we can minister in the field. They were stolen, in a moment of weakness. I didn't know why Marjolaine wanted to be so close to me, but it felt like youth.
I suppose you think this gives us a common cause.
In my profession, common cause is found at a much higher level. But I think we both know there is business yet unfinished. My papers, your own needs.
I don't need anything.
That is rarely true when one has been hurt so dearly. I can tell you where Marjolaine is, where Commander Raleigh is. Help Orlais and yourself. I will be here when you decide you are ready.
Sketch? I guess we made it.
So glad to see you, or anything after last week.
My thanks, too. I'll help how I can.
Thanks for getting me out of that place, Liliana. No market for a helper.
No market?
That Raleigh wasn't going to keep me long. A spy ringleader like Marjolaine painted you. You were going to the highest bidder. Maybe even the Empress.
I just wish I had been there for Tug.
They did him first because he wouldn't shut up. Drove Raleigh's men crazy for days, laughing at them. He was stalling for me. They said they'd take my hands. Only way to trust a mage.
Oh, Sketch.
All I see is red. But it doesn't matter. We can't fix this.
So we don't fix it, but we can set it right.
I'm not sure I know what that means.
As long as we try.
Poor Tug. My goodness. Sketch, to my knowledge, is not in anything else. So, you know, yay. Yeah, it's funny. How many of you, I don't mean to sound insulting, but how many of you caught on to the fact that there's some major moving elements for, you know, Dragon Age as a setting in this tiny little DLC? Because it really underemphasizes everything. Yeah, there's actually a lot of world building going on here. Both subtle and gross. Actually, let's put that under here.
Still here for you, Liliana.
But hang on. Let's talk to him first.
Silas, was it?
Yes, I had to follow. I hope to earn the good mother's trust, and yours. I stand ready to go after the commander. And this Marjolaine who put you at his mercy.
Not Solus, Silas. Big difference. It's one letter.
Apparently this now involves nations? Or threatens to?
I don't pretend to understand all that. I was in Raleigh's care a lot longer than a week. Whatever I can do to settle my debts, I will.
So, did I free a criminal?
I poached some game. I'd have taken my lashes, but Raleigh doesn't like inconveniencing the king's law. He had me for months. For no reason beyond his own amusement.
Yeah. Yeah.
How does a petty criminal get so quick with a blade?
Former soldier. I was probably not too far from Raleigh during the war. Glad to say I'm nothing like him now.
Is that what I had to look forward to?
No. He ransoms important prisoners to whoever wants them most.
But only after he's had his fun. So you'll follow me? Where do you think that will lead?
If I can end this, I hope to serve the Chantry. They will already know my good intentions. What about you?
Me? Nobody cares what I want.
You should.
No doubt Dorothea is waiting for me.
I'll follow you where you lead. I owe you that, and more.
Oh yeah, and also, I've always been of the opinion, and by always I mean since I played Inquisition, that a lot of her drifting into the more overt aspects of politics is because of what happened here. Both in character and out.
Missy, need something to perk you up? Road ahead will be a tough one.
Good morning, Ross.
Len? How?
Yeah, I went to ground when Marjolaine showed her colours. Almost gave you up after the week. Hard to miss your escape, though. Lots of people thanking their Orlesian she-devil. So, need anything?
You're right back to selling? Even after all this?
Marjolaine left me dry too. Pissed about that, but the payout must be good to drop resources like us.
You're saying you'd have done it too?
Well, not to me, but I understand. That's the game.
It's true.
All right. Show me what you've got.
You know, the interface for the inventory isn't great in this game, but it's better. Yeah, the game is fascinating from an out-of-character perspective, but I would never want to interact with it in-universe. That's just, ugh. I'd buy both of those. Probably grab all these. I suppose that's it, actually. Come on. That's okay. What was that, Uthor? If you say Crusader Kings 3, I'm gonna be amused. I mean, France, right?
Please, miss. No more disturbances.
Sorry. It's funny you say that, Mike Kamano, because, well, I don't think it's good. I do think it's better than Baldur's Gate 3's inventory.
Our Marjolaine has secured Commander Raleigh as an escort to leave Ferelden. No doubt she expects a reprisal for her various crimes. It would be a shame to disappoint her.
Tell me how to find Marjolaine.
For your own reasons, I trust.
Do you want your precious papers or not?
Not if I inflict more harm in the process. Call it a concern of my trade.
I find it funny that you think we beat Baldur's Gate 3 quickly, considering it was an over 100-hour game, Belvatrix. Currently, the longest game on the books, not counting MMOs.
I need to see Marjolaine. Then I will decide what she deserves.
I cannot deny you that. but allow yourself to be surprised by what you decide. That is something I wish I had done for myself. Marjolaine is with Raleigh, seeking passage across the waking sea. I have suggested a path. Be careful.
Agreed, Logue. That means this is the first VOD, Uzumaki.
Pathetic
In a few
girl.
hours it'll say 2.
You're in the heart of my Ferelden. What do you hope to gain?
Listen to the commander, pretty one. There is nothing for you here.
Yeah, so far we've been talking pretty much exclusively about the story axis for this game, or for this DLC, excuse me. But this fight is irritatingly hard.
It's done.
I'll show you something.
I mean, Ferelden is a relatively small country, a relatively new country, founded at least in part out of pieces of another country, specifically Orlais, aka France. No, it's England. it's totally England. I mean, you can tell by the cooking. You throw something into a pot, you stir it until it's a nice shade of gray, and then you're good. That sounds like British cooking to me. Pretty low. Triaxia. Oh yeah, they also got a big thing with dogs.
Here comes trouble!
Hey, floating triangles. Thank you as always.
Something's crawling around.
Oh, I'm not letting you get away!
Say, welcome to the only unique spot in this game. Everything else is reused assets. See, check it out. Slightly unique area. Yeah, they will then reuse this area in Awakening because Awakening reuses everything. Well, not everything. That's not fair. There's a lot of reuse in this game. Let's just get that out of the way. Yeah, I had a couple of interruptions. I apologize, Colgrim. My adorable niece came downstairs, and also I had a phone call, and I have at least 2 more phone calls that I know are going to happen today. Now, I need to write down Floating Triangles donation. Those are going to our Fire Emblem 3 Houses. Fire Emblem 3 Hopes. Fire Emblem Echoes. You got it. Ah, that's an interesting point, Colgrim. But counterpoint, we could give a negative to gameplay. Don't you want to give a negative to gameplay, Colgrim? Don't you want to give as many negatives to this game as possible? Don't you want the DLCs to be a net negative to the game?
Let's make this last. Brilliant!
Another for the free man.
Now for the master of these beasts, and Marjolaine.
And the papers. Lives count on.
Orlesian harlot!
Papers.
If you wanted more of my men, you could have just asked.
It is an unfortunately common thing. There, we may be dead. Yeah, we're dead. All right, so reload. By the way, I love that load time. What the hell was I saying? So, well, it's simple. All we have to do is pause the game, think tactically about our options, and then right-click.
Right.
Yeah, that fireball killed me. Quite literally. I have never done this DLC, or any of the DLCs on Nightmare, and honestly, I probably never will. Yeah, we're on easy, by the way. I have done this fight on normal. My original playthrough. This fight sucks on normal. Not this fight. We're not even at the hard fight yet. There is a much harder fight coming up. No, I saw Colgrim. We actually downloaded the patch before we finished up. I'm curious where it's going to land, Voice of the Thoratop. But we're trying not to talk about major gameplay things yet. Mostly just regards to DLC-specific things, like content. Yeah, the fact that we're locked into this class and most of our spec is already built for us does not help anything. Also, there's no respec in this game, last I checked.
Of these beasts.
Not counting
And
mods.
Marjolaine.
And the papers. Lives count on that.
And
No, yeah, I noticed the HP boost. In fact, several people were asking about it as we were
Orlesian
going.
harlots.
So we're going to do something slightly
Want
different.
more of my men, you could have just
Fail at that. Oh, that's probably game. Probably dead. Oh, there we go. Okay. Up. Focus on the mage.
oh, lovely.
Pop a potion. We are on easy, Lothario, and we will be continuing to play on easy. I know this game on hard. I don't really feel the need to play it on hard. I agree with that, Lord Harriman. And I think that's an issue that Golems of Amgarok also has. Another DLC I've never done on Nightmare.
Very tired of playing games with Commander Raleigh.
Good God, Huthor. Does this game have lazy difficulty? You know, I don't actually remember.
We are quite the target.
We'll have to go look it up. Well, that's a good question, Mr. Ed. Let's go look it up.
My turn!
If there a respec option, will that remove negatives for the game or give it its own positive? Giving the game its own positive. Am I enjoying the DLC at least?
Holy girl.
Interesting
Let
question.
me demonstrate how one properly controls.
Now we back off. Nope. Back off. Back off. I don't remember the button. Oh God, there is a button. I can't remember what it is. Oh, they're all dead. I believe you can change difficulty on the fly. Yeah, we can just crank it out right now. So that's nice. Anyway, so he's dead. Our tank is dead. Exactly what I wanted. Yeah, I believe it affects the next combat after whenever you load. If memory serves. Well, that's actually really bad.
You get away so easily.
It's okay, we've got it in a good position.
We are just that good.
Okay, now we're gonna back off. Let them come to us, piecemeal. Or get up there in melee, that's exactly what I wanted.
Careful.
Okay, we're gonna roll with this. Okay, yep. We're just gonna keep tanking here. Sure, we'll turn the music down even more. Yeah, I was shocked by how... Okay, so we're just gonna reload. Hang on, reload. I was shocked by how hard that fight is on normal. It is very brown, Cashel. This game was firmly in the brown era of gaming.
No mercy!
So while we're doing that... Yep. Okay, now hopefully... Okay, so this time we didn't accidentally overpull, which is what I want. So, the time I did this on normal, which is as hard as I ever played this fight, I had to very carefully CC and pull back, which I suppose is fine, but I remember just as being more irritating than challenging. There are some legitimately hard and fun fights in this game. This is not one of them. So we're going to rush up. Notice she hasn't even acted yet. We're going to completely...
Demonstrate how one properly controls a
Just kind of
pet.
navigate over here. Let the flame breath hit the wrong thing.
My turn!
There's no point in even trying to do a physical challenge against a dragon.
Hurrah and hurrah!
Oh god, no kidding, Cole. Back off for a sec, because that landing can be irritating.
Had enough!
We're not in front of the damn thing. We're actually doing pretty good. That knockback helped out a bit. Okay, so that's a really bad stun timing. Pause. Let's save. Well, I'm not going to save. We're going to get up here. Pause. And now we're going to do our stun on her. Focus fire the mage.
None of that!
I'll do it.
Oh god. Okay, so now we've just got the big boy, who is an orange, who is a tanky orange with armor and health and a lot of fun abilities. So this should be fun. Oh, absolutely, you will. For the same reason Neverwinter Nights 1 did. In fact, I'm a little bit vaguely surprised that after the sheer success of Neverwinter Nights 1's success at multiplayer, they never tried to replicate that trick. They didn't do it in KOTOR, they didn't do it in Jade Empire, they didn't do it in Dragon Age. They never bothered. It's weird. I'm sure there's reasons for it.
You're better than Marjolaine said. The Bards of Orlais have earned their reputation. But I remember the scared little girl in my cell.
I won't kill you. I'm not that selfish.
Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
All this, and doing every one of these lives. It's more fun when it's personal. I wonder, what did the lovely mother offer for her papers? Something as entertaining as what I did to get them?
You're pathetic, Marjolaine.
You are still trying to hurt me. Why?
So innocent. Even when your concern threatened to expose me.
All I wanted was a way out. For us.
You are my pretty thing. But I knew we'd end up like this. You would turn on me. Because that's what I would do. So I did it first. We are the same.
Yeah, sure. Keep clinging to that.
No.
So you say. But here you are, weapon in hand.
You see your own distrust on every face. Did I ever know you?
If this was reversed, you'd wake every day expecting my blade.
Marjolaine.
We are the same.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Do you want to know a secret? That moment I keep, because even now, I don't know what ending serves best. But being able to choose, that is the truth of this story. The rest, it changes with the audience. All things change when they find purpose.
To be a lore runner. Sorry. The end. So that was Liliana's song. Nice, quick, simple, sweet. That was Dragon Age Origins. Kind of a shorter game, but it's nice to have shorter games after the monster that was Baldur's Gate 3, so I'm kind of with it. You can see why we compare this game. Alright, so... Ow. Let's get the worst origin out of the way first, shall we? And so is the Golden City blackened with each step you take in my hall. Marvel at perfection, for it is fleeting. You have brought sin to heaven and doom upon all the world. But the throne was empty! It was empty! Sorry.
The Chantry teaches us that it is the hubris of men which brought the Darkspawn into our world. The mages had sought to usurp heaven, but instead they destroyed it. They were cast out, twisted and cursed by their own corruption.
No, I do not, Jordan.
They returned as monsters, the first of the Darkspawn.
Same thing it is in everyone, Primarch. Relevant spoilers only, and only up to the content we're currently at.
They became a blight upon the lands, unstoppable and relentless. The Dwarven kingdoms were the first to fall, and from the deep roads, the Darkspawn drove at us again and again, until finally we neared annihilation.
Presence of golems, as there should be.
Until the Grey Wardens came. Men and women from every race, warriors and mages, barbarians and kings. The Grey Wardens sacrificed everything to stem the tide of darkness, and prevailed.
So, Warcraft, Meatfist? It's a well-presented cutscene, but I agree it's also well-constructed. It tells you what you need to know, and this is a minor spoiler, it is not telling you the whole truth. In fact, it's also not telling you the truth entire, to be very blunt. But it's telling us what we need to know to understand the setting, and that's important.
It has been 4 centuries since that victory, and we have kept our vigil. We have watched and waited for the Darkspawn to return. But those who once called us heroes have forgotten.
Exactly, Colgrim. This is his truth.
We are few now, and our warnings have been ignored for too long.
We even hear the whispers, if you're paying attention. Well, that's why I mentioned this is Duncan's truth, not the truth.
It may even be too late. For I have seen with my own eyes what lies on the horizon. Maker, help us all.
Exactly, Uthor. We also see that Duncan knows what he's doing pretty efficiently and pretty quickly. So we establish he's a high-level adventurer. He's worried about this ancient blight. We don't actually have the term blight yet, I think. But at least not capital B blight. But either way, they've got all kinds of issues going on here. And we establish what the Darkspawn are in brief. The nature that there is an elite force dedicated specifically to fighting this threat. And that it's been so long since the previous time it showed up that people have started drifting away. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. Does the Maker exist? That's a good question. Let's go ahead and say something really quickly. Because we were talking about spoilers, obviously. But I should probably mention... Hi, Random. Everyone says that. It was a 100-hour game. It's the longest game. Okay, whatever. A lot of people have asked, you know, what do you think about insert thing that has never been answered about Dragon Age? Allow me to give my opinion on all of those in one single sentence. I don't think we will ever get answers for all of the hidden secrets of the lore of Dragon Age, because the central writers just got fired. And some of them got fired before this week, and some of them left the company before this week. And Dragon Age is a dead franchise. So, no, I don't think we will ever actually hear the truth of what the writers originally intended until we have a Half-Life 3 situation. Yeah, I was even going to mention the fact that the games have changed the behind-the-scenes lore each expansion. I talked about that during the lore run and the rumination, that Dragon Age Origins, when taken in a vacuum, is fundamentally different than Dragon Age 2 and Dragon Age 3 because of the fact that it was designed to be different by different people with different aims and different goals. Anyways. So, opening cutscene. Yes, good. Yeah, that's, as I like to point, it's my favorite fact to point out about this game. Dragon Age Origins was not designed with a sequel in mind, and it shows. The more you look into the game, the more you learn about the game, the more you see, yeah, no, this game was not designed with a sequel in mind. The expansions were designed for a sequel. In fact, the DLC was designed for a sequel. Witch Hunt is much more deliberately, hey, to be continued. Hang on, I have to go kill Evo on a hill. There we go. Okay, so now she's dead on that hill. I disagree. I would much rather know about what the Maker is, what actually happened during the original invasion, etc., but that's just me. Even if it comes down to asking the writer in an interview, hey, and they would say, well, here was the answer, and I'd be like, cool. As I've said many, many times, you don't necessarily have to say that the answer's in a story, but I very firmly believe the writers should know the answers to their own questions. I've said that many times, and I will continue saying that many times. I do believe that is simply something that should be done. If they say the Maker is Sandal, then they're trolling, and I don't believe them. Well, so the reason I mentioned the Half-Life 3 thing, Ikiclaw, is you're probably wondering, well, hang on. Why didn't someone just go ahead and say what Half-Life 3 was right when it became obvious that Half-Life 2 Episode 3 was never coming out? And the answer is a little thing, which I can't remember. It's a non-disclosure agreement. It means you're not supposed to talk about certain things, and those things almost always have a deadline, a specific point right here, at which point that no longer applies. So the day that NDA died is when we found out about the plot of Half-Life 3. So I expect in a few years, and I mean this with sincerity, I legitimately expect in a few years there will be an interview or a blog post or something that will make the rounds from the original writers of Dragon Age that will say, here was where we were going with this. And it'll probably be nothing like what was actually in Dragon Age. This is actually really common. We even see this in situations where I prefer the adjusted, the retconned answer as opposed to the original answer. This happens with shows, this happens with movies, this happens with games. This needs to not be on the screen. There we go. I would not be surprised if Dragon Age 4 does not come out. Having said that, I would say Dragon Age 4 probably has about a 50-50 chance to come out. Literal coin flip, right? So what'll it be? Heads or tails? Because I think this is where we're at with Dragon Age 4. By contrast, Mass Effect 5 is screwed. The odds of Mass Effect 5 coming out are much lower. Much lower. By the way, it was Tails, so there you go. There you go. Dragon Age 4 is coming out. Woot! Now, do I think Dragon Age 4 will be good? No. The most I could ever possibly hope for Dragon Age 4 at this point is for it to be Anthem. I mean that, by the way. I've thought about this. You say, why not Andromeda? No. So there's some bits of rumor. Let's be very clear about this. There's some bits of rumor and hearsay that I do believe, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't be repeating it, that indicate that at least one of the going back to board and starting Dragon Age 4's development over again that they've done, of which we know there's 2, and there might even have been 3 of those, but at least one of them was shifting more towards what I call forever games, aka games with a multiplayer focus that are designed to keep the player playing that game for a long period of time in order to then sell them additional content over time in the form of loot boxes, microtransactions, DLCs, etc. Yeah, live service. You know what Anthem was? Because Anthem was a live service game. I know not a lot of people remember that, but it was. So, no, I think Anthem is the peak here, not Andromeda. Possible, Primarch. But then again, if BioWare really is the sacrificial lamb, and that is my current prediction, then, well, then they might just be saying, you know what, this is a dead franchise anyway, so let's go ahead and use Dragon Age 4 as the way to placate the money people. So, will I play it if it comes out? That's up to you guys. I don't play games off camera. I think Dragon Age 4 is on the list, although nobody's funded it. Here, let's double check that really quick while we're here. I am wrong. It is not on the list. Not a single person has donated for Dragon Age 4. Not one. If Dragon Age 4 had co-op, would I play it off camera? Maybe. We have a lot of co-op games in the queue. So, at absolute earliest, like 2 or 3 years out. Which has more chance of coming out? Dragon Age 4 or VTMB 2? Dragon Age 4. Dragon Age 4, and I stand by what I said already, is about a coin flip to actually coming out. It doesn't even have a release window, Uzumaki. VTMB 2? That's a mess. That's a colossal mess, which has been falling apart for years. Fun fact, VTMB 2 is currently fully funded. So, VTMB 2 or Mass Effect 5? Ooh, now that's a tricky one. Because Mass Effect 5 suffers from being in the early pre-production phases of a company that just got gutted hard and lost 20% of its staff, while currently being laid down on the slab to be a sacrificial lamb for a company that's facing financial issues. VTMB 2 has so much of a mess that I cannot summarize it. I'd say VTMB 2 is less likely to come out than Mass Effect 5. Thank you, Doom Rider. Thank you very, very much. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, Trihexia. I don't like saying the whole name, so I just say VTMB 1 and VTMB 2. I didn't actually come up with that. A friend of mine did, but I kept doing it because it makes sense to me. It's a nice way to summarize it. Well, that's a good point, Lord Haramont. That makes perfect sense. If a company isn't going to develop an IP, they should just sell off the IP. Why didn't I think of that? Okay, let me answer the question you're really asking, Lord Haramont. Why don't companies sell off IPs instead of squatting on them for years? I don't know. Now, there are some specific exceptions to that. Occasionally, a specific producer or a specific executive has an axe to grind. This happens in movies and shows as well as in game development. Sometimes there's one guy who just really doesn't like insert IP here. And so they refuse to sell on it. They refuse to put anything, and they refuse to greenlight anything. So the IP just sits there dead. That is something that's happened. Looking at you, Harmon. But other than that, I don't actually know. I don't know specifics of why they like to squat on IPs. I hate IP squatting. I really do. It's just, God, I would almost prefer you put out a bad game than you do nothing with it for decades. Well, some of these companies, Genocida, try to license out the IP rights, but that's when they run into their greed. And this is, again, not even hyperbole, because they try to overcharge. They try to say, oh yeah, we'll let you make a game with, let you make a Mega Man game, or a Mega Man strategy game, or a Mega Man show. So we're going to want this ridiculous percentage, and we're going to want first option on all kinds of licensing, secondary licensing rights, like with regards, if you make anything, then we own it. Also, if you do anything like it that tends to lead to merchandising opportunities, we're going to own the merchandising rights as well. Any questions? And then the company usually says, piss off. And so nothing happens. Now, obviously, there are exceptions to this. There are plenty of times, usually in the 80s and 90s, when companies would license out things and stuff would get made. And like it or not, there is some companies like to do the total opposite of what I'm talking about, where they just shotgun rights out all over the place. But for the most part, companies just like to squat. So that's cool. Now I'm about to get another phone call, which sucks. So we're going to go ahead and... I prefer the shotgun approach as well, because the downside to the shotgun approach is you get a lot of crap. Because you shotgun, right? You get a lot of good, you get a lot of bad, you get a lot of in between, right? You just get a random assortment. And so some of it sucks and some of it doesn't. But as I said, I would rather have the occasional good game under a license than nothing, or worse, mobile crap, which is designed to rip money out of you, which is, again, worse than nothing. Or, I guess that's the only alternative at this point. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought because I'm trying to keep track of three things at the same time here. There she is. Hello. So, apologies. So, it's time to do the worst origin in the game, which naturally is Dalish Elf.
Greetings.
You were born amidst the Dalish elves, noble wanderers who refused to join the society of humans that subjugated their homeland so long ago. The Dalish travel the land in tightly knit clans, struggling to maintain their half-forgotten lore in a human world that fears and despises them. You spend your time hunting with your clanmate Tamlin in the forests, and as is sometimes the case, your quarry is not always the local wildlife.
Dwarf noble, Aleph.
It's a Dalish!
And you three are somewhere you shouldn't be.
Let us pass, Elf. You have no right to stop us.
No? We will see about that, won't we? You're just in time. I found these humans lurking in the bushes. Bandits, no doubt.
We aren't bandits, I swear. Please don't hurt us.
You Shemlin are pathetic. It's hard to believe you ever drove us from our homeland.
We've never done nothing to you, Dalish. We didn't even know this forest was yours.
This forest isn't ours, fool. You've stumbled too close to our camp. You Shems are like vermin. We can't trust you not to make mischief. What do you say, Lethalon? What should we do with them?
We should kill them. We should kill them all. Yeah.
I like the sound of that. Anything to say in your defense, Shems?
Look, we didn't come here to be trouble. We just found a cave.
Yes, a cave. With ruins like I've never seen. We thought there might be,
Treasure? So you're more akin to thieves than actual bandits.
If you'd been there, you would have treasure to prove that.
But I have proof. Here, we found this just inside the entrance.
This stone has carvings. Is this Elvish? Written Elvish?
There's more in the ruins. We didn't get very far in, though.
Why not?
There was a demon. It was huge with black eyes. Thank the Maker we were able to outrun it.
A demon. Where is this cave?
Just off the west, I think. There's a cave in the rock face and a huge hole just inside.
Well, do you trust them? Shall we let them go?
I do like killing them. What do you think, guys? Should we kill them all or kill one of them? Which is, we also have the option to not kill anybody. But we could kill one, or we could kill three. Oh, yes. Yes. Sure, let's kill them all.
Yes. One could expect no less from a Shem. This will not take long.
No survivors.
Well, shall we see if there's any truth to this story? These carvings make me curious.
That sounds like a good idea.
And if we find anything, the Keeper will want to know.
This is Tactical View. This is a tutorial, which oh my god, turn off the tutorial, please. Which is an option. Right? Oh my god. There it is. Yay. Oh, thank god. Oh, thank god. We're free! We're free! Run! Run free! Alright, let's get this out of the way. Plus for Codex. Just the one. while we're here, let's talk about difficulty settings. So, difficulty affects the following: whether or not there's friendly fire, your damage, your defense, your chance to hit, how much you heal for, the threshold of damage, aka how much you're capped on that, your spell resistance, enemy spell resistance, enemy damage resistance, player damage resistance bonus, how many potions you can carry, how well traps do, and how comments work. This is not great difficulty options. It's definitely better than a lot of other games. It definitely does something more than just the typical. But yeah, it's better than lazy difficulty, which can go directly to hell, but it's not the best. Honestly, I could legitimately think that there is a wash here. Because yeah, if you could set these individually and separately, sure, plus to get difficulty, no question. Because I was going to say, Pathfinder does this. But like, even ignoring the obvious fact that more options are good, the fact that friendly fire is directly tied to difficulty really irritates me. I would love to play this game. I would probably normally play this game on Nightmare if I could turn off friendly fire completely. I, of course, cannot, and the only way to turn off friendly fire is to play on easy, which is, of course, what we're playing on. Why don't they have to do separate difficulty? You know, truthfully, I do not know, considering these are all separate variables within the code, which can be set individually. So, like, the only argument I've ever heard from a developer about why they don't do, let's call it what it is, proper difficulty in games like this, is because they don't want to confuse the player with too many choices, which is bull crap. First of all, ignoring the obvious fact that that's very insulting, the second and more important way to explain this is that if you're concerned about that, then you just have another toggle at the top that says easy, normal, hard. And that just sets each of the sliders to easy, normal, and hard. Boom. Done. No problems. This also allows you to quickly adjust everything. If you want to crank everything up to hard except for this thing, or everything down to easy except this thing, you can. So it's a bullcrap excuse, is what I'm trying to say. But I think I'm going to go with a full wash on the difficulty here. It is better than it could be. It is not as good as it could be. It's a wash, and I think that's where we're going to land on that one. Man, look at this beautiful brickwork.
These creatures have no true reason to fight us. I will not fail. Enough!
He even called out the fact that a wolf shouldn't be attacking us.
Now we do battle.
There is brickwork. Giga, how will I ever survive? It's okay, there's a tree stump. Is there no, like, ambient music that's gonna play a game? Maybe. Game.
This must be the cave. I don't recall seeing this before, do you?
No, let's go check it out, because I'm a moron.
My thoughts exactly. With luck, we'll find some...
Wait, you think I'm a moron? Oh, sorry. I forget that alt-tabbing mutes the game here. One of these days, I'm going to start giving negatives for the fact that alt-tabbing mutes the game, because I hate that! I hate it! I hate it so much! It is such a constant aggravation. Anyways, I was actually going to go check on something, which is what I'm going to do right now. See, you say it's just bad for streaming, and that's true, but it's also wrong. Because I don't like... One of the things that I like to do, or would like to do, if more games allow me to do it, is play a game while working on something. Usually something boring, like doing editing for a rewrite or a theater, or like just collating paperwork for the website, or completely redoing a spreadsheet, you know, the kind of thing that's relatively mindless work. Something I like to do is have a game playing while I'm doing that. And especially games like this, which aren't really all that mentally intensive. Now, obviously, this is actually a bad example, but you get my point, right? Now, imagine you're playing the game, and then you alt-tab to the sheet to go update something, and it just goes quiet. But then you tab back to the game and you do a few things, you make your turn happen, and then you go back and it goes quiet. Irritates me. Not going to give it a negative, because we've established that precedent.
It looks like the Shem was telling the truth. But these ruins look more human than elven.
I mean, the problem is, if we decide to add that precedence, we're going to have to go back and figure out which games mute when tabbing, because I haven't been keeping track. And we've reviewed quite a few games after the Oblivion line. Oh no! Oh my god! What do we do? Oh god, I'm paralyzed with fear. Okay, back off, back off. Alright, it's okay. We got this. We got this.
If we must fight,
like
let us
them
do it quickly!
Oh, okay. Okay, it's cool. We're cool. Oh, we defeated the rocks. Sorry, I wanted to save that as a pseudo-spoiler. So last time we used a replace it with bears mod. Because bears and spiders have identical AI and identical moveset. So you could just go ahead and do it with bears. You can also do it with dogs, the Mabari. Same thing. Mabari, bears, and spiders have like the exact same moveset and ability set and all that fun stuff. So you can just copy-paste and it's fine. But I saw a mod that turns them into rocks. And, you know, I had to go for it. Plus, I couldn't find the bear mod. I was actually looking for the bear mod and couldn't find it. There was a couple other mods, but they didn't change the sounds. And, I'm sorry, Evo.
Time for a little fun!
That's true, we can't have sex with the bears. They're too busy trying to bump into us.
Good! Another down!
That's right, it's a ruin infested with rocks. Yeah, the bear's just sliding down from the ceiling.
I can't believe this. You recognize this statue, don't you?
It looks worn, but vaguely familiar.
Back when our people lived in Arlathan, statues like these honored the creators. When the Shems enslaved us, much of that lore was lost. This looks like human architecture, with the statue of our people. Can these ruins date back to the time of Arlathan?
Oh my god, Lord Harriman. Yeah, but there's not much left down here.
Yes. Time and decay take their toll. Still, there's bound to be something of value.
I'm sure it'll take 2 games for us to really care about that.
Very well.
I've been waiting for this!
I shall do it.
That is... If you're not having fun, you don't have to keep playing it, Evo. That's kind of the goal there, is to have fun. Oh, that's why it's so loud.
Were those walking corpses? This place is hot.
The reason it's so loud is because that is, for whatever reason, on the voice acting, the dialogue thing, not the effects thing. So... And yeah, we're going to totally murder hobo our way through the entire game. That's definitely something I am capable of doing.
I shall do it.
Time to evil run it up.
It is begun. Very well.
No, Golgrim. Well, off the top of my head, no. See, Valverdrix understands.
By the creators. What was that thing?
It's a mirror that won't be relevant for 2 games.
It's beautiful, isn't it? I wonder what the writing says.
Do not touch the glass.
Not that we'd leave a fingerprint on it. See how clean it is? Not a single smudge or crack. I wonder what this writing is for. Maybe this isn't... Hey, did you see that? I think something moved inside the mirror.
You're imagining things.
Look, don't you see it? There it is again. Can you feel that? I think it knows we're here. I just need to take a closer look. It's showing me places. I can see some kind of city. Underground. And there's a great blackness. It saw me. Help! I can't look away!
Can you hear me? I am very sorry.
Pride is on top, Triexia, relatively speaking. Yep, first companion dead. BioWare staple.
You're awake. You've the god's own luck, Lethaline. You're back at camp. Everyone is worried sick about you. How do you feel?
Yeah. Where's Tamlin?
We don't know. The Shem who brought you here saw no sign of him.
Hang on, we encountered Shems in the forest, but we killed them.
Oh, the Keeper's not going to like that. But I doubt those Shems have anything to do with the one who found you. He was a Grey Warden and appeared out of nowhere with you slung over his shoulder.
No,
You were
Giga.
delirious with fever. He said that he found you outside a cave in the forest, unconscious and alone. He left you here and ran off again. The Keeper's been using the old magic to heal you.
But thank you for asking. Ugh. The Shemlin was a Grey Warden?
So he claimed. I just wish he'd told us where that cave was. Most of the hunters are looking for it right now. But the Keeper wanted to talk to you as soon as you awoke. Stay here. I'll get her.
I see you are awake, Dalan. It is fortunate Duncan found you when he did. I know not what dark power held you, but it nearly bled the life from you. It was difficult even for my magic to keep you alive.
Then Tamlin could be sick as well.
If he encountered the same thing you did? Yes. The Grey Warden said he found you alone outside a cave, already stricken. Duncan thought there may have been darkspawn creatures inside the cave. Is that true?
All I remember.
Yeah.
A mirror. And it caused all this? I have never heard of such a thing in all the lore we have collected. I was hoping for answers when you woke, but there are only more questions. And Tamlin remains missing. He is more important than any lore in these ruins. If he is as sick as you were, his condition is grave. Duncan returned to the cave to search for Darkspawn, but we cannot rely on him to look for Tamlin as well. We must go ourselves, and quickly. Do you feel well enough to show us the way, Dalan? Without you, we will not find it.
I gotcha.
I am relieved to hear it. I am ordering the clan to pack the camp so we can go north. Take Merrill with you to the cave. Find Tamlin if you can, but do it swiftly.
Why do you want me to take Meryl? She's in the next game.
Merrill knows a degree of my magic. Tamlin's chances of surviving the journey back are greater with her help. I also wish for Merrill to see this cave and mirror. She has a sense for these things, and could shed light on the nature of this illness.
Okay, I gotcha.
Go quickly, for Tamlin's life hangs in the balance.
Yeah, I think there are several characters in Origins that are also in 2. Most of them are so different that I freely admit I didn't even catch it was the same character at first. Which one was the worst for you? For me, it was Isabella, who I did not recognize in any level at all. I wasn't counting Awakening, admittedly, but sure, that works. Although, that I meant visually, not in terms of, like, writing. So, sorry, I didn't clarify. Visually. It looks different.
The Keeper told me I'm to accompany you back to those caves.
Hi,
As an
Meryl.
apprentice, I may see something you missed. But our main objective is to find Tamlin, of course. We must make haste. He may not have much time.
Alright, there you go.
Then let us make haste while daylight lasts.
Flemeth is certainly an interesting choice. I stand by Isabella, though, because what the crap.
If we must fight, let us do it quickly! Damn you!
A battle!
Come, let us end this!
What were those things? Were those Darkspawn?
You're asking me?
I've never seen anything like them. You can smell the evil on them. Where did they come from? Were they here before?
Why do you keep asking me stuff?
Or he followed them. But why would they come here? And why would he? Well, we'll find out soon enough. Let's hope we don't find any more of these monsters.
Yes, Nerzas.
Are you all right? Were you hurt during the fight?
Horribly. Why?
It's just that you're quite pale. You look a bit feverish, in fact.
What are you implying? If this was Baldur's Gate 3, she'd be hitting on me.
Nothing. Forget I said anything. Let's go. I wonder whose camp this is. Do you remember it being here?
No, it's fresh.
The Grey Warden said he was returning to the cave. Perhaps this is his camp. If so, he's not here now. And we've seen no sign of Tamlin. Maybe we should... Wait. Do you hear that?
No forest creatures. It's quiet. Too quiet. Duh. It's because we're in space.
Exactly. The forest is too... still. Something's in the air. Something unnatural.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
It seems whatever you woke up inside that cave has spread outside. The sooner we find this cave and Tamlin, the sooner we can leave. Take us there quickly.
Okay, let's go. But yes, this is a very, very quick origin if you just kind of blitz it. I guess you could say that about all of them, but to my knowledge, this is actually the fastest one. If you blitz.
Best be wary!
I think you are correct that Mage Tower is the longest, which is funny when you think about it. Human Noble, I believe, is pretty long, too. We're definitely going to play an Archer. Wink. Well, Mage is designed... What do we put that under? I guess starting options. Let me talk about a game called Mega Man X1. In Mega Man X1, and only Mega Man X1, there is a intended order for you to be able to do the stages in. And if you do the game in that order, then you're fine. But nothing in the game pushes you towards that order, and we double-checked this when we were reviewing it. So it's actually pretty easy to completely screw yourself over in a playthrough of Mega Man X1, an otherwise fantastic game. Sound familiar? I personally am of the opinion that Mage is one of the most interesting, fun, and, most importantly, well-designed classes in this game. It's not like... We'll talk about the other classes later, but But the important part is Mage it clearly had more time and effort put into it than the other specs and the other builds. That's fine in its own right, because Dragon Age has always been kind of Mage-centric, the whole setting, ignoring the obvious fact that the 3 games have been rather focused on Mage. Cool. Problem. If you want us to play Mage, you either need to indicate it more, or you need to lock us into it more. One of the two. Now, obviously, I wouldn't be in favor of them locking us into it, because, you know, I do like being able to play other things. But the point here being, there probably should be something other than completely locking us into a single origin to play Mage. And that's the problem right there. This is why I mentioned Mega Man X1, because playing a Mage is nice and fun and satisfying, and playing anything else is a lot more asterisky. And it's 1/6 of the possibility of character creation. You're allowed 2 races, but you're locked into 1 origin. This is actually already a negative. We call this starting options. What I would probably prefer, personally, and this is really, really easy to fix, is just make it so you can play a Mage regardless of origin. Now, there are some asterisks there with regards to the narrative, looking at you dwarves, but we're not talking about story, we're talking about gameplay. My opinion. Lord Harriman, of course, says it doesn't matter if you decide to make yourself something and then go play as a mage, and that is a valid statement, but it does not change the fact that we, the player character, are locked out of playing, are inclined to be locked out of playing a mage by sheer virtue of the fact that we are locked into it with only 1 origin. That is a negative. The end. That is not a good starting option spread. Yeah, Daedalus Mage should be an option. There probably should be at least 1 apostate option. It would be really, really easy to imagine a human noble who is a mage, for example. This is a set, even in lore, this is a setting in which it's really common that rich and wealthy, well-off people will hide the fact that their children are mages because they don't want problems. They don't want to lose their kids to the Chantry or to the circles. That actually happens in this very game, so I'm not even pulling from future games on that point. And yeah, the Hawks are another example of that exact same thing happening. So, you get my point. I think that there was plenty of ways and plenty of reasons why they should have just allowed us to play whatever. Because, and this is going to sound strange, but I kind of don't care what the rest of my party is. I'm explaining this badly, so probably because I'm a little bit right now. So please forgive me. I'm going to try and talk this out here. I want to play my character, the character that I am and that I am playing. I don't want to play me and then hop over to Garrus, and then go back to me and then go back to Garrus. I don't want to do that. I find nothing interesting about that personally, but more to the point, I don't want to ignore myself, the character that I have invested myself in, that I have good choices gameplay about, that I have the nuance and ability to decide what their character and their personality is. I want to play me, not Garrus. Now, Lord Harriman's point is valid, which is why this is only 1 negative, by the way. So you've already made your point, Lord Harriman. But I'm trying to emphasize why I still do think my point has a validity to it as well. We will, of course, be just controlling our character, by the way, through this playthrough, because that's what I want to do. Let's write down some question marks while I'm here, because I gotta jot some things down. Brickwork. Yeah, we'll go and put this here, too. Let's do this. If my character dies, reload, because this is Baldur's Gate 2.
So these are the ruins. Interesting. They're definitely of human origin, yet elven artifacts are scattered amongst them. Nothing explains the monsters, though.
So,
but we must find Tamlin, or what's left of him. I can't imagine he's still alive with those creatures about.
I'm sorry, just to be very clear, Lord Harriman, your argument is that I'm playing the game wrong. And so is everybody else who agrees with me.
Still, even if he's here somewhere, we need to find his body. Let's just pray we're wrong.
Hey, 2 minuets. I love how there's still a giant spider. There's no rock corpses. This way. Let's go and give the negative for audio balancing right now. Yay, Genlocks. Game? Right. Wrong click. That's my fault. That's my fault.
If we must fight, let us do it quickly!
We must act!
It is begun.
To battle!
I think part of the reason I'm starting to get irritated, Lord Harriman, is I've already agreed with you. And you're still arguing against me on the matter. What more do you want out of this interaction? Exactly.
Damn you! If we must fight, let us do it quickly!
For the Dales!
Like, I probably haven't vocalized this properly. I was fully prepared to give more than one negative for this, and you have argued me down to one. You won. You did it. You succeeded.
So you were the one fighting Darkspawn. I thought I heard combat. You're the elf I found wandering the forest, aren't you? I'm surprised you have recovered.
I don't know you, human. Nor do I owe you anything. Puh.
Even if you didn't owe this human your life, a Grey Warden deserves respect.
He owes me nothing. It was my duty to return an injured Dalish to your clan. Your people have always been allies with the Grey Wardens.
I suppose I should at least thank you. Puh.
You're quite welcome. Perhaps you'll do the same for me sometime. My name is Duncan, and it's a pleasure to finally meet you. The last time we spoke, you were barely conscious.
And Daran Atishan, Duncan of the Grey Wardens. I am Meryl, the Keeper's apprentice.
Your keeper did not send you after me, did she? I told her I would be in no danger.
We're looking for Tamlin.
So, you and your friend Tamlin both entered this cave, and you saw this mirror.
Yeah, Tamlin touched the mirror and I blacked out.
I see. That's unfortunate. The Grey Wardens have seen artifacts like this mirror before. It is Tevinter in origin, used for communication. Over time, some of them simply break. They become filled with the same taint as the Darkspawn. Tamlin's touch must have released it. It's what made you sick. And Tamlin too, I presume.
Okay. Destroy it!
I agree. So long as the mirror exists, it is a threat to anyone nearby.
I do not fear this sickness. The Keeper knows how to cure it.
She may have weakened it, but she cannot cure it. Your recovery is only temporary. I can sense the sickness in you, and it is spreading. Look inside yourself, and you will see.
I don't know if I believe you, human!
Confirm it with your keeper later if you like. For now, we must deal with the mirror. It is a danger.
We have two mods running. One is making those subtitles readable, and the other is getting rid of the spiders. We've already given both a negative.
It is done. Now let's leave this cursed place. I must speak with the Keeper immediately regarding your cure.
Alright. Let's go.
I sense no other Darkspawn nearby, so it's safe. Lead on.
That's valid, Lord Harriman, and I apologize. I really do not intend any insult.
I'm relieved you have returned, and I did not expect to see you again so soon, Duncan.
I was not expecting to return so soon either, Keeper.
Dare I ask of Tamlin? What did you find of him?
Sorry, so... I apologize, Lord Harriman. It just, I don't know. I don't intend any insult. If you know me, you know that I actually enjoy civil disagreement, different perspectives, you know, different ideas and stuff. And I know that it's really easy to get really defensive about a game you love. I understand that very, very well. I have been tested on that this very year, actually. Both by myself and by the game in question. So, I feel you. I apologize, too. I was going to say something else. Oh, voice acting. That's what I was going to write down. So we've got... I like Duncan, if I might be so bold. He's probably going to be a positive. He's probably going to be more than one positive. First of all, let's get this out of the way. Duncan has a great voice actor. He is not the only character in this very game who is salvaged by his voice actor. There are characters in this game that I honestly would argue for negatives, if not for their presentation, which is voice acting. And we'll talk about that later. But also, I kind of like the idea of the person who tries to be like this generic good guy, but actually isn't. And the more you learn about him, the more you learn that, no, he's quite a politician in the background. Now, this doesn't mean as much in the game in particular, but in future games, based on what we learn about how the rest of the Grey Wardens operate, and Weishaupt and all that, it gets across the vibe that Duncan has been used to playing the game. No, not the game. I mean the political game. Yeah, no kidding, Lord Heaven. A lot better than he normally would, because he has to. He has to operate, right? And so we will get a lot of tidbits about him getting all kinds of things that he does, which are very morally questionable. But, you know, he's interested in dealing with the Blight. If I might be so bold, I think Duncan is what a renegade playthrough of Mass Effect should look like. They're not evil. They're not, you know, like, or cruel, or any of the other things that you can be in Mass Effect as a renegade playthrough. Instead, he is ends justify the means. This has to happen. This is how this is going down, right? Even just the thing with Alistair, which I will not spoil at the moment, is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Anyways, so Tamlin is gone.
I see. Meryl, what about the mirror? Did you bring anything back?
I can answer that, Keeper. I destroyed the mirror.
I intended to use it to find a cure for this mysterious illness. I trust you had good reasons for your actions.
There is much to discuss, Keeper. I have learned a great deal since I was last here.
Let us speak privately within my Aravel, then, Duncan. Meryl, warn the hunters. If Darkspawn are about, I want the clan prepared.
Manuvinen, Keeper. Right away.
Darlene, allow me some time to speak with Duncan. Seek us out at my Aravel later, and we can discuss your cure.
Very well.
Tell Haren Pyvel what has occurred. He now has the sad task of preparing a service for the dead. Follow me, Duncan. I'm eager to hear what you have to say.
So the short answer to your question, Icefrost, is no. Just... This is a little spoilery, but what you play in Origins has very, very little impact on 2, and some impact on 3, but not with regards to your origin. Let me try to state that a little more clearly. The choices you make in Origins have almost no impact on 2. They have a pretty strong impact on how 3 goes, but not your origin. Your origin's separate. It's its own separate thing, and doesn't really impact much. So, play whatever the hell you want to. Now, having said that, if I have a recommendation, my recommendation is play a mage. Exactly, Golden. But there are several builds that are okay. The only build that I do not recommend is two-handed, or not two-handed, excuse me, dual-wield warrior. Two-hand, yeah, dual-wield warrior. Two-handed warrior is actually pretty decent. You know, that works out. Icefrost just said not human noble and not dwarf noble, Uthor. Which is why I didn't even mention it. Dual-wield rogue can work. Ranged rogue can work. Yeah, don't play warrior archer. That's also not great. If you're going to play an archer, play a rogue. You can play a mage melee, you can play a mage shapeshift, you can play a mage. All of those are obviously mage origin. Pommel Strike is OP, I'm just saying. Yeah, I guess that's the thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I knew there's one I was missing. Sword and Board. Sword and Board. I don't enjoy Sword and Board personally, but there is a lot of actual threat and aggro and management in this game, which means tanking is a real thing in this game, which is honestly a good thing in my opinion. Games like these should have tanking and healing. You know, they should have the triad for allowing you to have tactical choices and controlling the battlefield, my opinion. Something that honestly Baldur's Gate 3 probably could have used, if in my opinion. But then again, I think that about a lot of games like this. Most games do what like Neverwinter Nights 1 does, which is, yeah, you can just attack whomever. Maybe there's like a priority target they'll attack. Maybe there's an AI designed to attack. But there's no controlling the battlefield, which by default means that you don't actually have control over the battlefield, which removes tactical options. My opinion. There are other ways to make that happen, but moving on.
So you return with the Grey Warden, but without Tamlin. What happened, Dalen?
That would be awesome,
Is he truly lost to us?
He is turbo dead and definitely won't show up later because we're not continuing this origin.
So, another of our children has perished. To think I'd live to see this. It seems the will of the creators that I sing the dirge for those I held in my arms as babes. I think I know why our immortal ancestors would sleep. Swiftly do stars burn a path across the sky, hastening to place one last kiss upon your eye. Tenderly land enfolds you in slumber, softening the rolling thunder. Dagger now sheathed, bow no longer tense. During this, your last hour, only silence.
Must you prattle on so?
Of course. We've no body to return to the soil, but we shall still sing for Tamlin. The creators must come to guide him to the beyond. Tell the Keeper, it shall be done before the clan is ready to move on.
Thank you, Harl.
You know, it's imperative now more than ever to pass on what we know to the young. Let us tell these children of the fall of the Dales. You can honor me by sharing in the telling.
Sure.
Come then. Help me as I go along. Children, hear of the fall of the Dales. Hear the tale of what makes you Dalish. Would you care to begin, Dalen?
Yep. We have to, starts with a mommy elf and a daddy elf. No, this is treated as a nice little tidbit, you know, traditional oral tradition, carrying down our history. If you've been paying attention, we've already seen a bit of world building and how the Dalish are not just roamers, but specifically seeking out bits of their past, because they're missing parts of their own history. Which might arguably be a good thing, because we know a decent chunk of Dalish history at this point. It's not good. Anyways, so I bring that up because these kind of scenes tend to be a little bit more upon second viewing, knowing the actual truth of their backstory. But anyways.
Yes, slaves to a terrible empire the humans built on the darkest magic. When it fell, we became free. We built a homeland in the Dales, worshipping the creators, and rebuilding the culture and history we lost in our long years of slavery.
But the humans wouldn't let us.
They were resentful, because we would not worship their gods, and because we put our people first. Over the years, their nations grew cold toward the Dales. In their eyes, we were blasphemers and cruel tyrants.
Then the humans declared war on the Dales.
And so the Dales fell. They took our lands, and dispersed our people, forcing us to live in their cities and abandon our gods. But many of us refused to relinquish our ways. We instead chose to scatter to the winds, wandering the lands.
We chose wandering rather than human rule.
To survive and preserve our culture, the clans stay apart until the day the Elvenon have a homeland once more.
We shall return to the old ways.
We are the Dalish, keepers of the lost lore, walkers of the lonely path.
We are the last Elvahan. Never again shall we submit.
Thank you for your forbearance, Dalen. You remember both the tale and the Oath of the Dales perfectly. I will let you get on with your business now.
I should go.
Of course. May the gods guide your path, Dalen.
Oh yeah, I should show this feature off.
This cave should be destroyed, burned with fire. It brought us nothing but ill luck.
So, that right there is an absence of a negative. I just pointed out, I know that's bad praise, but it's inevitable to compare this game directly to Baldur's Gate 3. Because we just played it. Don't worry, there'll be no spoilers. We're talking purely on more the mechanical and the gameplay side of things. But the fact that I could just talk to someone and they just have a little voice clip, which pops up, and a little text like there.
Is Tamlin dead? Everybody says he's not coming back.
Is, weirdly enough, a quality of life feature. Because in Baldur's Gate 3, everyone you talk to has to go into the dialogue thing, and then you have to click the option, and sometimes it takes a moment to load because of some optimization issues, and then you go all the way back out. And you get the point. Being able to just be like, boop.
This is a sad day. We mourn those passing into the beyond. Where is Tamlin? Is it as we suspected?
Encourages me to talk to people more. Yeah, exactly. It's a nice, quick system for I don't want to call it filler, but like good filler, right? It's flavor. It's little flavor bits there and here and there. You know, I'm not sure it could. Yeah, now if we could toggle tab, that would be really nice. Now really quick, I think Latario asked me, what is the difference between dead and turbo dead? The origin of that phrase comes from a game called Guild Wars 2. No, I did not, Papanix, because we must experience the game as is, and also it wasn't working for some strange reason. And we've already had other issues even getting the game running, so moving on. So, dead and turbo dead. There's downed and then there's dead is actually the proper terminology. But it tends to drift into other terminology as well, depending on the setting in question. Downed is, I'm at 0 HP, but I'm alive. You know, I'm just, oh god. And then, okay, I've been resurrected. Like in Dragon Age Origins, when you hit 0 HP, you go downed. If combat ends or you're resurrected during combat, you can get right back up. You can also be finished off. That's another thing. Oh, you were talking about Guild Wars 2. Sorry. In Dragon Age Origins, you're downed, spells can get you up, end of combat gets you up, usually with an injury. A lot of games have this kind of feature. In Final Fantasy, if someone gets knocked over and is dead, then they're still alive as a character, it's just they're at 0 HP and they are downed. That's it. It's a very, very simple distinction. And yeah, Guild Wars 2 kind of takes this and runs with it, because there's a whole other thing. I'm not gonna go into it, but you get the idea. So, Pax and I came into the terminology of downed versus dead as dead and turbo dead, because it's more immediately audibly distinguishable, because you know exactly what turbo dead means. It means you're gone. It means you're and that was more useful for information with regards to gauging this. And this kind of drifts over into lore as well, because in a lot of settings there is death, in which point you go to the afterlife, or you can be resurrected or whatever, and there's turbo death where you're gone. I usually refer to that as cessation, but it's a similar concept. In some settings, there is a concept such as turbo gone, no really, and they're just gone. They're never coming back. Usually that's the exception, because the overwhelming majority of fiction has something that happens after death. Thank you, Colored Master Spark. Always appreciate the support. And we're putting this towards... Hang on. I apparently can't read this morning. Yeah, there's no resurrection in this setting. Some people think there is, and that leads to problems. There is necromancy, but that's not... It's golems. It's type 1, right? They're dead. You're just animating their body. There is longevity, and there is forms of immortality. There are ways to stretch the cord, so to speak. But when it's snapped, you're gone. Well, it's because I am a terrible person, Evo, and I apologize for that. So I'll put that towards Ninja Gaiden Sigma, Jack 2, and Persona 3R. Thank you again, Colored Master Spark, very much. Always. Yeah, actually, comparing this to Lord of the Rings is not a bad example when it comes to death. It's not a perfect example because there is an afterlife in Lord of the Rings. But ignore that for a second. When it comes to undeath, specifically, because in Lord of the Rings lore proper, if you encounter an undead, please don't apologize. If you encounter an undead, then you are not encountering the person who they used to be. Their soul hasn't been brought back. It's not an echo like a ghost. It's just a body which has another spirit put into it. Same thing here. Same thing here. If you see someone roaming around, there's a decent chance that someone else's spirit has been shoved into the corpse. We will actually encounter this quite a few times. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to Alt-Tab to do something very quickly. I do apologize. No crashes yet. Hang on, am I unmuted? No crashes yet, so that's nice. So, to my knowledge, no cheese filling. This goes back into what was mentioned by Lord Heremont a minute ago. Because when you're dead, then you're gone, right? Your spirit doesn't go anywhere. You're just gone. When I say a spirit is put in there, I should be more clear about that. I mean like a spirit entity. There's a whole classification of spirit creatures that exist within the setting, usually in the Fade. So that's what I mean when I say a spirit has been put and dumped into your body. It's actually very similar to Lotro in that regard. Lotro, wow, Lord. To Lord of the Rings like that way, because it's not like some other person is put and dropped into the corpse. It is one of the evil spirits, right? It is one of the servants of evil or something like that, right? You get the idea. So, difference of terminology, just trying to be clarificationing about that. Anyways, let's put this over here. Exactly, cheese filling. That's my apologies, because they use the term spirit, so I just sort of automatically defaulted to spirit.
When I grow up, I want to be just like you.
A murder hobo!
This is a sad day. We mourn those passing into the beyond.
But no, we have not fixed the memory leak. To my knowledge, nobody has ever fixed the memory leak of this game. It's just what it is. Depending on how bad... Once we get to the main game, once we actually start playing the game proper, I will have a timer going, and we will periodically restart the game. It's okay. It's actually really quick in Dragon Age Origins. It'll be like save, close, restart game, reload. It'll only take seconds. But we will start doing that pretty regularly to try and just dump all of that extra leakage and get the game into more acceptable status. In my experience, it's on average about once an hour in order to really do that. We haven't really talked about brickwork yet, because all we've seen is, caves, ruins, and forests. But we'll see.
Where is Tamlin? Is it as we suspected?
I know Tamlin was your friend. We feel your loss.
Anithara, it's good to see you again, though you bring sad news.
Oh yeah. Let's talk about the other reason. I might actually be talked into a positive here. Because The other reason that I like the pop-up dialogue thing, as opposed to the chat window that we're staring at right now, is because it's a tool in the developer's hands to indicate this is a conversation that matters. Either it's a quest, or it's something that's significant for one of the characters, or something, right? This doesn't pop up for everything. It's a nice way to be like, aha, there we go, right? Just another... I'm slowly talking myself into a positive for this. I don't know, I'll have to debate that. I know, giving positives to Dragon Age Origins. What the hell's wrong with me? Oh my god, you of course went to the beach, I assume, because the beach is far more important to this. Game with the best brickwork. So of the games I have reviewed to date, which are the only games I'm willing to consider for that qualification, I would say Diablo 2 Remaster, specifically. It has bonkers good brickwork. It is legitimately the best brickwork I have ever seen. Having said that, I do think there's another game that's going to surpass it in that category, and that is World of Warcraft. Baldur's Gate 3 was really, really good, too. Also, Diablo 3, while we're on the subject. Blizzard, at their height, tends to be the king of things like doodads and brickwork, so not a big surprise. Hang on, I have to pause stream on account of a friend here. Give me 1 second here, please. What is brickwork? Brickwork is... It's very, very subjective. It's environmental design. It's the so let me distinguish, because I have two categories for environmental design. One is brickwork and one is visual storytelling. The woods and the trees, bits of dirt displaced on the ground, all the stuff that goes into visually presenting a scene where you can see and therefore feel like you're a part of the area. It adds to the flavor, the atmosphere, the tone of the setting. That's brickwork. And it's something I gush about partially because I love the visual design of it, but also partially because it's what really distinguishes the great games from the bad ones. The overwhelming majority of games don't really do a lot in the brickwork category. They just kind of have either a generic background or they don't even bother with designing it, you know? So when we see a game that really nails the brickwork, it's like, yes! And exactly, Voice of Authorita. When you don't have, correct Ross, when you don't have good brickwork, it's really noticeable. When it's like the game we're playing right now. It's just like, oh, that's... yeah, exactly, Uthor. Now, to distinguish that really quickly, the difference between brickwork and visual storytelling is brickwork is just part of the background. It's there to help sell the scene. Visual storytelling is specifically implying or stating something about the story, the plot, the characters, the world building, in a visual sense, rather than having a text pop up that says, there was this part of the road where someone clearly dragged a body over there, and now there's a corpse hanging against the tree. You see some scuffle, bits where someone has dragged something, blood on the ground leading over to the tree, and then the body hanging there. That's visual storytelling. Make sense? So that's the distinction between those two things. The kind of thing I just described with the corpse is not brickwork because that's specifically telling a story, but everything around what I just described would be brickwork, like the road and the trees and the grass and the sky and the clouds and all that fun stuff. Make sense? That's brickwork. You're probably wondering, why do you call it brickwork? So it's kind of a merger of words because it comes from the word sprite work and the word bricks. Sprite work is what we used to call this kind of a thing. Not just me, it's not my term. But back when all games were sprites, good sprite work, as in the work done for the sprites, was considered very valuable, and it really distinguished the good from the bad, especially in the NES and the SNES category. And the brick thing came out kind of as a meme because a long time ago, about 7.5 years ago at this point, we were streaming Final Fantasy VI, and I spent some time really gushing about the bricks, the actual bricks design of Final Fantasy VI, which is excellent, by the way. I think FF6 has legitimately fantastic brickwork. And the two words just kind of merge, sprite work and bricks, kind of, and there we are. So that's where that comes from. Whatever. I have, a lot of people seem to have, so what's the difference between brickwork and doodads? Not necessarily a lot, because the two are very much similar to each other. The distinction is usually doodads help add depth to the scene, whereas brickwork helps sell the presentation of the scene. Those are very similar concepts, but for example, if you have an otherwise plain room with lots and lots and lots and lots of placeable objects in it that help sell the fact that this is a lived-in real spot, that's doodads. If you have a place which is really well done from a more generic sense, and you've got like the wall and the paper and the floors and all that fun stuff, that's brickwork. And yeah, lighting, thank you for reminding me, Dakota, lighting is usually a part of brickwork as well. So, generally speaking, in a lot of cases, and with this happened during Baldur's Gate 3, doodads and brickwork can be used interchangeably, depending. Generally speaking, if I see a spot that has decent doodads and decent brickwork, I'll just give one positive to brickwork and just say that. Some areas have really good both, and that tends to get additional positive for just being extraordinarily well designed, like the city of Baldur's Gate in the game Baldur's Gate 3, which had excellent doodad usage and excellent brickwork, and so I felt it was noteworthy enough to give multiple points to that. And yeah, to go back to the game we're playing right now, this game, as a decent number of BioWare games do, has decent doodad usage, but not particularly good brickwork, and you get the idea. Anyways, I hope that helps to explain a little bit of that. Sorry, it's been something we've talked about for quite a while at this point, like I said, about 7 years. Or actually, I think Dakota's right, because it goes back even further to FF15, which is even before this. Sure thing, Huthor. All right, there we go. I fixed Huthor forever. How's your Hala faring?
They fare well. The Keeper called for the clan to move on, and they will be ready to take us. One is heavy with calf, but it shouldn't be a problem. May I ask of Tamlin's fate? Hala can sense the clan's distress, but I never heard the outcome of your last expedition.
He is turbo dead.
The Hala mourn our fallen. No sound is more heart-wrenching than their mourning cry. At least they won't be crying over you. They are quite fond of you.
Actually, that's a lie. Tamlin is worse than dead, as was pointed out earlier, but we don't know that yet.
I admire them for their strength and pride. They are equals, not servants like the Shemlin horses. At any rate, I do not envy the Keeper's decision. Hard times are ahead for our clan.
You could tell by the Mega Man music. There should be an option to lie. You can just tell everyone, no, yeah, he's fine. He's fine. He's gone upstate. He's gone to the farm upstate. He's fine. Here, come here, Dive. I'm gonna need you in a second. Thank you, Gray. Always. Always, always, always. Much appreciate and much obliged. Thank you. And you didn't put that towards anything. So if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. One thing I like a few games, that a few games do, and Baldur's Gate 3 did this a little bit, is you can have a dialogue option that says, I will do such and such. And then there's another option right after it that says, lie, I will do such and such. And I am amused whenever a game allows you to do that. Exact same dialogue, but one of them is a lie and one of them is not. Oh no, we do know Tamlin's fate. We know exactly what happened to Tamlin. He is a Darkspawn now. He is not enjoying that experience very much.
I wish we'd had more time to examine those artifacts. Perhaps another time, if the Keeper thinks it's wise.
You know what? Hang on. Listen, I don't know why you would... Listen, would you enjoy being a Darkspawn, Dive? Yeah, I wouldn't enjoy that either. I'm sorry, Dive. It's okay. It's okay. Scooch, 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 scooch. You'll never become a Darkspawn. Here, let's get Dive so you can actually see him. Hang on, let me adjust things a little bit here. Whoop. There we go. Oh yeah, Dive would totally be an archdemon.
Why did that Shemlin return with you? Does he have further business with the clan?
It's because he's a filthy, disgusting, stinking, worthless, no-good, Terabad human. Patui! Hang on. Oh, that's better.
If only you two never found that cave. It would have been better off undiscovered for another millennia.
Did the music literally just start as soon as I did that? Literally. Literally, the music just started as soon as I played that.
I'm glad to see you well, Dalin, though you bring sorry news. Should our clan sustain no further losses, we'll count ourselves lucky.
Thank you for the bow, Master Island. It is light and sturdy, much better than the one I made last year.
You are more than welcome. My father made it and used it in battle against the Clane tribes.
Yeah, EA fired the orchestra. Can I hear the story of your father's battle?
Then I am proud to tell it. Our clan was one of the first to flee the Dales. When we came to Ferelden, the fiercest of the Shemlin were the barbarians known as the Clane. We didn't wait for them to attack us. Every Dalish clan in Ferelden united to bring the battle to them.
We attacked first.
They were barbarians without honor. They would have slain us without a second thought. The ensuing battle went well for us. That day, we carved out our reputation of being the deadliest archers. Our arrows won us the right to wander these woods at will. It was this very bow that my father used that day.
Thank you for the tale, Master Island, and especially the bow. I will honor its history.
Okay, cool.
May the creators guide your path.
Yeah. Anyways. And now the music stops again. I'm just gonna give that negative right now. We actually have a term for it, I can't remember it right now, but it's like inconsistent no music problem. Like, occasionally there's music, and then occasionally there isn't, and, well, sucks to be you if you want one or the other.
Hello there. I don't think we've met.
Ah, it's good you're well. You weren't here when Paul arrived, were you?
I've heard of you. Everyone is talking about you and the other missing hunter. A Grey Warden brought you back here.
Yeah, Tamlin.
I hope you find him soon.
Paul's a Flatear. He arrived here a few days ago from the human lands.
I heard rumors in a nearby human village that a Dalish camp was close, and I hope to find your hunters in the forest.
You were fortunate I didn't shoot you, Paul. I thought you were a Shem, and a bandit at that. You're not the first city elf to rejoin his people. I'm sure he'll find life among us more satisfying than with the Shems, if no less harsh.
In the alienage, we hear terrible stories about the Dalish. They aren't true, right?
He just confessed to nearly murdering you. We earlier murdered, I'm going to keep using that word, 3 innocent people for no reason other than the fact that they happened to be there, and felt no remorse about it. Also, the guy with us, who, obviously because we're playing a murder hobo, but the guy with us was just like, oh, well, they're dead. Very casual about it. So, you know, prove yourself useful, and the clan will be home. Fail, and we'll kill you like the rest.
I'll do my best. I hope we find your missing friend very soon.
Yeah, the Dalish is one of those cycles problems, just like, well, honestly, a lot of things in Dragon Age. Oh, that's true, They weren't people, they were shams.
Your keeper and I have spoken, and we've come to an arrangement that concerns you. My order is in need of help. You are in need of a cure. When I leave, I hope you will join me. You would make an excellent Grey Warden.
I will join you. And thank you, Ronan. I do try to, you know, articulate my thoughts, even if I fail at it. Life is extremely cheap in this setting. Not quite as cheap as, like, Oblivion, but definitely leaning that way. Also, I should probably mention that we're not actually up to 4 gameplay negatives. We're up to 10. We're just going to start using numbers now. We're probably gonna put, there's one gameplay positive so far. That's cool. That's cool. We're up to one story negative so far, and we're up to 4 story positives so far. There you go. That's up to date, kind of. Where's the game? There's the game. Cool. What does this have to do with me being cured?
Everything, I'm afraid. The Darkspawn taint courses through your veins. That you recovered at all is remarkable. But eventually the taint will sicken and kill you, or worse. The Grey Wardens can prevent that, but it means joining us.
I will not join out of pity! Bad ending.
This is not simply charity on my part. I would not offer this if I did not think you had the makings of a Grey Warden. Let me be clear. You will likely never return here. We go to fight the Darkspawn, a battle that will take us far from your clan. But we need you, and others like you.
I refuse!
A great army of Darkspawn gathers in the south. A new blight threatens the land. We cannot outrun this storm. Long ago, the Dalish agreed to aid the Grey Wardens against a blight should that day arrive. We must honor that agreement. It breaks my heart to send you away, as it would to watch you die slowly from this sickness. This is your duty, and your salvation.
Blood magic is the short answer, Jesse Ward. This is all I've ever known. This is my home. Just let me die!
A home that Darkspawn may tear apart. This way you can find a cure and protect your clan. Have courage.
I cannot express my sadness at sending one of our sons off into such danger, away from the clan that loves him. But if this is what the Creators intend for you, Dalen, meet your destiny with your head held high. No matter where you go, you are Dalish. Never forget that.
Please don't cast me away!
Very well. You leave me no choice. I hereby invoke the right of conscription.
And I witness and acknowledge your invocation, Duncan of the Grey Wardens.
I'm sorry this was not your choice, but the Darkspawn threat is simply too great.
And I know that you're a PC. You cannot make me serve against my will!
I will drag you kicking and screaming to Ostagar if I must. Would you rather die here and sicken your own people?
I know you'll do your clan proud, Dalen. Take this ring. It is your heritage, and will protect you against the darkness to come.
A valuable gift. So, are you ready to go?
God damn! I love this. I love this. Just kicking and screaming. Kicking and screaming. And he's just like, no. No, you're gonna go. But why? Because screw you. It's almost a bad thing. But I don't think it is. Let me explain why. There's something we almost never give positives for. It's called branching narrative. Branching narrative almost never happens in video games because it is so extraordinarily difficult to actually do. This is what we call All Roads Leads to Rome. Now, that can be done well or badly. When it's done badly, people call it railroading. When it's done better, well, we call it All Roads Lead to Rome. In short, we can decide exactly how we want to go ahead and navigate this path, but we're always on the path. Because the ridiculous majority, like 99+% of video games, are railroaded. What matters is how well they actually execute that. So that's the thing we're going to have to gauge as we go.
We have much ground to cover, but I cannot deny you that. Say your farewells. Then we must be off.
Come then, Dalen. Before the Creators guide you from us, let your clan embrace you one last time.
True, Jesse Ward. Yeah, it's, exactly, Meatfist. It's going to kind of vary as we go, I think. Yeah, this isn't, but thou must. I'm so sorry, Meryl. I think that's Meryl.
We will be traveling south through the hinterlands to the ruin of Ostagar.
Sweet!
A royal welcome?
Oh yeah, by the way, this game has skippable cutscenes.
You are
So,
Dalish.
so that's cool.
What the king
Just kind of showing it off here.
To that end, the joining is... No, there are two...
No, I'm pretty sure everything's skippable. I could be wrong, though. Wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, no. It's you cannot pause cutscenes, which is a darn shame. But you can skip cutscenes, which is nice. Especially in a game like this. Alright, so that was the Dalish origin. No problems there. Now we have to do the next worst origin. Let's see. Next worst origin. I don't know. What do you think is the next worst origin? Because I know my answer. I kind of led you into this earlier because the answer is City Elf. There's no real question here. It's City Elf. Ugh. Fine. We'll play a female. City Elf time.
Greetings.
Or at least get Pommel Strike. And Mighty Blow.
Denerim, the largest city and capital of Ferelden. Long ago, the elves lived as slaves to humans, and though they've been free for many generations now, they are far from equals. Here they live in a walled-off community known as the Alienage, working as servants and laborers when they can. Despite these hardships, Denerim's elves are a strong people who take pride in their close community. This is the only world you've ever known. Until now.
Wake up, cousin. Why are you still in bed? It's your big day.
Just a little longer.
Come on, don't make me use cold water again. You do remember what today is, don't you?
According to your breath, it's get drunk before noonday.
No, you idiot. You're getting married today, and Soris too. That's what I came to tell you. Your groom, Nelaros. He's here early.
Already? Great. Let's get on with it. I can't wait to have all the sex with him.
I know. You're so lucky. All right, I'll stop tormenting you. I should go talk to the other bridesmaids and find my dress. Oh, Soris said that he'll be waiting for you outside, so move it.
Cool. Let's go ahead and get here. Grab all those for no reason. That for no reason. I know people are going to disagree with me on the negative I give for this, but that's okay, because I'm extremely wrong. I'm still giving the negative, though. It's okay. Dive, come here. Come here. Thanks. It's okay, Dive. You're going to help me get through this. You're going to be here to help me endure the City Elf origin. We will talk about why I'm going to give this a negative, because we have to decide how many negatives we give it. Right.
Ah, my little girl.
The old system didn't have the concept of multiples. So.
The last day I'll be able to call you that. Oh, I wish your mother could have been here.
Me too, Father. Well, what should I be doing?
All right, time for you to go find Soris. The sooner this wedding starts, the less chance you two have to escape.
Don't worry, it'll be fine.
Oh, one last thing before you go, my dear. Your martial training, the swordplay, knives, and whatever else your mother trains you in, best not to mention it to your betrothed.
So we do absolutely give positives for world building. I don't remember if we did for Baldur's Gate 3. Let me check the spreadsheet really quick. Oh, and thank you, Luco, very much. I will put it towards a Capcom game. I'm not sure which, but I'll figure it out later. Let's see. World building. Yeah, we get plenty. Horizon Zero Dawn, for example, is a game that got a lot of positives for world building because it's the best part of that game's story. Quest for Glory got some positives for story building, world building. Cyberpunk got positives for world building. Fallout, Mass Effect, yeah, I think you get the idea. But Baldur's Gate did not. And I think it's because it didn't really do any, if I might be so bold. It used the existing story reasonably well, but it didn't really do what I usually mentally think of as world building. It also went against the setting several times, which we did give negatives for. So I think I stand by that decision. Having said that, DOS 2 did get world building for a bit of a contrast here. Oh, and speaking of Dragon Age Origins, obviously will. Well, not only that, Evo, I do think it goes against pre-existing world building too much to really give it that. We actually have a category for that. We call it world destruction. Go figure. I wish I'd come up with that term, but I think Kira White Noise came up with that term. I know, right, Pastor Muppets? And I've never been able to play it on PC, and I never will now. But yes, thank you for reminding me. Let's start down world building right now, because there's a bunch of it. Oh, I've already written it down, in fact. Whatever. We'll do this. Put that little indicator there. So he'll find out sooner or later that I can wield a giant two-handed sword.
Later. Definitely later. We don't want to seem like troublemakers after all. Adaya made that mistake.
Mother was a great warrior.
Yes, that she was. Take this. Your mother would have wanted you to have it. It's the very least I can give you as you start your new life. Go on then. I still have some things to do, and Soris is no doubt waiting for you. Huh?
Of course. To answer you, Papa Neeks, let me rephrase your question a bit better. Do we give positives for good voice acting? End statement. Because the answer is yes. Even for characters that I think are badly written, I tend to give positives if they are well presented, either in animation, voice acting, or both. I actually have a direct example of that. Gale. I gave Gale a negative to story, which I stand behind. But I also gave him a positive because he was extremely well voice acted. The actor sold the character, even though the character pissed me off. Make sense? Really, Lord Harrowmont? That's honestly surprising. Not the other ones you listed. All of those make perfect sense. But Dragon Age? Hi, Luma. So what's wrong with Horizon Zero Dawn? Crashes. Many crashes. When we did our review of Horizon Zero Dawn, we tried to play the PC version and failed at it because it was so crash heavy and nothing fixed it. The whole port to PC had issues. It's just that was the specific issue that we had. So we ended up just going ahead and playing the PS4 or PS3 or whatever version and living with cranking the difficulty down.
There once was a woman, she lived in the sea. I didn't love her, but I think she loved me. I brought her diamonds, rubies, silver, and gold. But all she wanted was to be saved from the cold. She begged me to catch her, convinced me I should. I promised her a house, all gray stone and wood. We made love in the sea. We made love on the shore. I was just there for playing, but she wanted more. But there's one small problem, you see. I can't grant her wish. My wife gets suspicious when I come home smelling like fish.
And yeah, Lord Harrowmont. Huthor is quite correct. Also, this is going to get weird when we get to Orzammar. This is acceptable brickwork. I have seen worse. The cobblestone is decent if it's not individually tiled, but each section is tiled. What I mean by that, look about where my head is. Do you see that panel right there? That panel is pretty much the same panel as this panel. In fact, if you're paying attention, even the shadows seem the same. And so, within the panel, it's fine, but as soon as you see it next to something else, it's And I'm not getting into color distinction. It's its own problem. You know, we got like this wooden house, this ramshackle house behind us, which gets across the idea of just how ramshackle that this house really is. It's even up on stilts. This is actually visual storytelling, believe it or not, the fact that this stuff is upraised. Why? Well, because it tells something about the nature of how this area has to deal with flooding. You'll notice there is currently water running through the streets at the moment. And just so forth and so on. So it's not like there isn't brickwork and there isn't visual storytelling and there isn't doodads. It's just, I've seen so much better over the years. And what really makes me sad is I've seen better sprite work brickwork in games before this game came out. Look at all this fun stuff. But anyways.
I still don't see it. Whenever I look, I just see the mother.
The mother was far more delicate.
It's the same sort of nose, you must admit that. The breeding shows.
Oh, there you go again with breeding. We're not horses, you know.
Of course not, but bloodlines are important, that's all I'm saying.
I think the whole notion is ridiculous.
Well, you've got the freedom to think so. You come from good stock.
Oh yeah, by the way, this is Racism the game. No, really. This is Racism the game. And it's funny because Mass Effect had the same problem, which we pointed out when we were going through it. They really, really like to lean on that lever. A lot.
Good luck with the ball and chain.
I wish my wedding could have been as grand as all this.
There'd better be dancing. It's not a real wedding without dancing.
Hurry up. Waiting around won't make it any easier. Many blessings, young one. We hope to stay for the celebration, but we must be off.
I understand. Good luck.
Many thanks. Again, blessings on your day.
Agreed, Valvatrix. I've noticed a lot of, dark fiction likes to do that. And yeah, we'll see a little bit of... There is a bit of visual storytelling. There is a bit of brickwork here. If nothing else, the game will probably get at least one positive for the game. But if you don't understand why that's such a significant diss, most games that have good brickwork get good brickwork positives per area, or per tile set, or per even a specific section. This game might get a brickwork positive for the game, which is honestly kind of an insult.
You're going to love the present I got you.
Soros is getting married? That's good. He needs a woman to look after him.
Congratulations!
We did. We had a long argument about that, Huthor. That's another thing. Some people... So obviously a lot of people have asked the question, why do we do these kind of audit runs? The most obvious answer is because, it was part of the establishment. But let me give you a slightly more long answer to that, if I might be so bold. This one, Grouchy. Because it's fun. In order to build the review system that we currently had, we had to review games to start with. We had to learn how to review games, and the best way to learn how to do something is to just do it. At least for me. So we jumped into the pool, and we started reviewing with a game called Dragon Age Inquisition. It's historical significance. So we iterated. Yeah, exactly. We iterated. We reviewed and we reviewed and we reviewed. And all those reviews up to a certain point are now completely out of date, but it was necessary to review some big, significant, important games that I knew well enough to do things like lore runs of, in order to establish the precedents that we have been using ever since. Now that we have those precedents established, we can actually go back and properly be like, okay, what do we got? How be ye, game? That's it. That's the long version. I just want to talk that up because some people don't understand the whole iterative review process thing that we did for the better part of a couple years.
Well, if it isn't my lucky cousin. Care to celebrate the end of our independence together?
Getting cold feet?
Are you surprised? Apparently your groom's a dream come true. My bride sounds like a dying mouse.
I mean, looks aren't everything.
She's not ugly, exactly. I don't know, maybe it's just nerves. Let's go introduce you to your dreamy betrothed before you say I do.
Also, undercurrent... Exactly, Pastor Muppets. That's why we call it the Oblivion line. Undercurrent of what they go through in order to keep being as a city elf, because it's really, really obvious we're the poor people. We're down here in the muck, right? Like, everything is indicating that, even if we don't look up and see the sky and the towers surrounding us down here in a place that they call the alienage. But I mentioned this as well because there's this other undercurrent not a lot of people talk about, which is the betrothal thing. A lot of these people marry people because you have to, because that's how survival works. That's how you keep a species going. And I know that sounds like a weird way to put that, but that is how a lot of the city elves tend to operate, at least within this particular region. We need to keep going, so we match together so we can keep having children, so we can keep going. That...
Let go of me!
What the?
Stop, please!
It's a party, isn't it? Grab a whore and have a good time.
What is going on with those textures? Look at that.
Savor the hunt, boys. Take this little elven wench here. So young and vulnerable.
Touch me and I'll gut you, you pig!
Please, my lord. We're celebrating weddings here.
Silence, worm!
What is going on with that graphics?
I know what you're thinking, but maybe we shouldn't get involved.
Objection noted. Now get out of my way.
Fine. But let's try to be diplomatic, shall we?
What's this? Another lovely one come to keep me company.
I've actually never seen this bug before. Wow. Huh. Hang on a second. Oh, whatever. Get out of here.
Ha! You hear that, Vaughn? Ha! Do you have any idea who I am?
Are you insane? This is Vaughn Orion, the Earl of Denerim's son.
What? Oh, Maker.
If you don't mention this, we won't.
You've a lot of nerve, Knife Ears. This'll go badly for you.
Oh, I really messed up this time.
It'll be all right. He won't tell anyone an elven woman took him down.
I hope so. I should get cleaned up.
Is everybody else all right?
I think we're just shaken. What was that about?
Looks like the Jarl's son started drinking too early. Well, let's not let this ruin the day. This is Valora, my betrothed.
A pleasure. Soris said much of you. Some of it was even positive.
Hey, I just wanted to give you a sporting chance to run. I'm sure the two of you have a lot to discuss.
Well, here we are. Are you nervous?
Not really.
I thought I'd stay calm, but finally seeing you has made me... Well, let's just say I'm not calm.
Well, things can only get better.
I think you're right. I'm looking forward to seeing how life unfolds.
Come on, cousin. We should let them get ready.
We'll see you two in a bit. Don't disappear on us.
Or we'll come find you.
That sounds creepier than you probably meant it.
No, but we have another problem.
What, Vaughn?
Another human just walked in. Could be one of Vaughn's or just a random troublemaker. Either way, we need to move him along before someone does something stupid.
I'll go talk to him.
Let's do this quickly.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, Gold Duncan, by the way. Okay, so hang on. Let's do a quick test. Let's be thorough about this. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that. Okay, cool. Just to make absolutely sure, we have the save. Yep, right there. Okay, so let's exit the game. Let's exit the game. We're going to do the easy quick test first. We're not going to delete mods yet. We're going to do the easy quick test first, because it's quick and easy. See what I mean, by the way, about how quick it is to restart the game? That's just such a relief after Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, actually, we're on the wrong save. We want to be in this save. There we go. He's fine. He's fine. So that looks a lot like the memory leak. That is, fortunately, an easy fix. It is also, fortunately, a negative I've already given. In fact, I've given it 3 times already. We have the No Spider mod and the Subtitles mod, in order to make sure that people can actually read the subtitles, because they're terrible. Speaking of which, did we give a negative for subtitle size? We did. Listen, Warcraft Code, you've noticed the current negative ratio.
Good day. I understand congratulations are in order for your impending wedding.
You're not wanted here. You should go.
What manner of unpleasantness might you be referring to?
The alienage isn't a good place for humans to be.
I'm sorry, but I have no intention of leaving.
But maybe we can compromise.
She keeps her composure even when facing down an unknown and armed human. A true gift, wouldn't you say, Valendrian?
I would say the world has far more use of those who know how to stay their blades. It is good to see you again, my old friend. It has been far too long.
Really? Valverdrix? Oh my god. Anyways, you know this human?
I was hardly forthcoming, and for that I apologize.
May I present Duncan, head of the Grey Wardens in Ferelden.
What's a Grey Warden?
They are a great order of warriors, child, sworn to protect our world from the Darkspawn. But my question remains unanswered. Why are you here, Duncan?
The worst has happened. A blight has begun. King Cailan summons the Grey Wardens to Ostagar to fight the Darkspawn horde alongside his armies.
Yes, I had heard the news. Still, this is an awkward time. There is to be a wedding. 2, in fact.
So I see. By all means, attend to your ceremonies. My concerns can wait for now.
Very well. Children, treat Duncan as my guest. And for the Maker's sake, take your places.
Please, do not let me interrupt further. We shall speak more later.
Yeah, thank God this isn't a real blight. Woohoo! That's what I keep hearing from everybody. They're just jumping the gun. They just want glory. It's fine.
Soros, there you are. I was afraid you'd run off.
No, I'm here, with Nellaros's blushing bride in tow.
You look radiant.
No, I don't.
Looks like everyone's ready.
The Grey Chamberlains. At least they're not the Grey Chamber Pots.
You too, cousin. Maybe it won't be so bad after all.
Friends and family, today we celebrate not only this joining, but also our bonds of kin and kind. We are a free people. But that was not always so. Andraste, the Maker's prophet, freed us from the bonds of slavery. As our community grows, remember that our strength lies in commitment to tradition and to each other.
Thank you, Valandrian. Now let us begin. In the name of the Maker who brought us this world, and in whose name we say the chant of light, Milord, this is an unexpected surprise.
Sorry to interrupt, Mother, but I'm having a party, and we're dreadfully short of female guests.
Milord, this is a wedding!
If you want to dress up your pets and have tea parties, that's your business. But don't pretend this is a proper wedding. Now, we're here for a good time, aren't we, boys?
Just a good time with the ladies, that's all.
Let's take those two, the one in the tight dress and... Where's the bitch that bottled me?
Over here, Lord Vaughn!
Let me go, you stuffed shirt son of a...
Oh, I'll enjoy taming her. And see the pretty bride.
Don't worry, I won't let them take you.
Dude. No, I got this.
Ah, yes. Such a well-formed little thing.
You villains!
Oh, that's quite enough. I'm sure we all want to avoid further, unpleasantness.
It's probably worth noting that Vaughn was actually likely to get some kind of negative consequence for this. Probably not the kind of negative consequence he deserves, but still negative consequence. Oh, not because he's going after the elves. Very, very few people care about the elves. No, it's because that woman over there is a member of the Chantry. The fact that he's willing to pull this in front of a Chantry woman is something that's going to go ahead and cause issues for him in the future, assuming we don't absolutely murder his face off, of course. Now, again, it wouldn't be the kind of consequences he should have, but I'm only bringing that up because it helps to indicate the kind of moron this guy really is. That he is such an arrogant little snot that he actively thinks he can get away with all of this stuff without any kind of consequence. So, no.
Oh, this one has spirit. Oh, we are gonna have some fun.
Yeah, this... that word gets misused a little bit. This is entitlement.
Make her keep us. Make her protect us. Make her keep us. Make her protect us.
Stop it. You're driving me insane. Oh, thank the Maker you've come to. We were so worried.
I mean, they could, Papaneeks. The Chantry are the big swinging stick of the setting, really. The only ones that compare to them are the Tevinter and the Qunari, and neither of them are really a part of this equation. So, that human dies.
Glad you've still got some fight in you.
They locked us in here to wait until that bastard is ready for us.
Yeah, chances are bad stuff will happen.
Make her keep us. Make her protect us. Make her keep us. Make her protect us.
Great. Now this again.
Well, that's cool. Do I have anything? No, I do not. Put on some boots at least.
Look, we'll do what they want. Go home and try to forget this ever happened.
She's right. It'll be worse if we resist.
It'll be worse if we don't.
Someone's coming.
Stay calm. Do what I say. Wait, no, that's not what I meant.
Hello, wenches. We're your escorts to Lord Vaughn's little party.
Cutscenes, Eleazar. Stay away from us! Cutscenes. Okay. That's loud.
Killed her!
I suppose that's what happens when you try teaching whores some respect. Now, you grab the little flower cowering in the corner. Horace and I'll take the homely bride and the drunk. You two, find the last one. She's the scrapper.
Don't worry, we'll be perfect gentlemen.
Now you heard the captain. Be a good little wench or you'll end up like your friend there.
Right, right. Try to see what parts you're gonna lose first.
Horace was right, she's a scrapper.
Hello?
Oh, look at this. A little elfling with a stolen sword.
Smart move.
Oh, sod.
Yeah, give it to the person who actually knows how to use it. Although, speaking of which, let's put that on.
I shall
myself into this.
In lore, I like to think that we went for their groin first.
They killed her. Are you all right? They didn't hurt you, did they?
Ah, we're fine. But yes, Eleazar, I will put that sub, which I do not see, and clearly you're lying to me about, towards Disciples Gold. Do you know if it was a 1 month sub or more, Eleazar? Because I have no info, no information on my end. No time to talk. We gotta go.
That Grey Warden Duncan gave Nelaros and me his sword and crossbow, but that's all we have.
Then... Nelaros is here?
Yes, he's the reason we're here. He lost it on those who wanted to hope for the best. I didn't know what to do.
Come on, we'll grab weapons as we go.
Nelaros is guarding the end of the hall. Let's figure this out with him. We should hurry before something happens to the others.
As you say.
That would have been funny. You know, watching them attack, you know, Duncan. Or get some actual armor going. Yeah, let's hope for the best. You what? So I agree completely with Wandering Doll.
It is begun.
There's a lot of problems I have with this sequence, and it's why it's getting at least one negative. But to talk it out a little bit, it feels very inconsistent with the entire rest of the game. Oh, don't mistake me, this is a dark game, but that's not what this is. This is a specific flavor of, well, squick. This is the definition of squick. There is some squick later. We'll get there. I'll even give a warning for anybody who's not aware of it. But this is just kind of... Yeah, this is crossing a line. It's what we talked about last time. And it feels disconnected from the rest of the work. Like, Warcraft is a dark setting, but you would never see something like this in that. So, in addition to the fact that it feels inconsistent to me, and in addition to the fact that it goes too far, it also is just kind of here to be shocking. And that's my final point on the matter. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. There's also the cutscene incompetence on display, but that's unrelated.
What's this? I don't recognize you, elf. Wait, is that blood? You're bandits, rebels, outlaws. The guards will make quick work of you. Oh!
You've no idea how long that Shem's had it coming.
Hi, I'm Callian. This is Soros.
I'm Adwin, the cook's assistant. You're one of the girls they brought in, aren't you? They took the others to Lord Vaughn's room. You should hurry. He's not gentle with women. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm getting out of here before the storm hits.
Peace. Hi, my name's Storm.
Where did you get a weapon, elf?
Uh-oh. You better talk quick, scum!
He was, oh, sod it.
What the...
Sorry. I also agree that this is too over the top. It's,
No time to celebrate.
Oh god, there's a real term for this. And I can't remember what it's called. Tragedy porn or grief porn or something like that. No, not something gross. It's when something is just, like, going so far into it that it's just kind of ridiculous. It's like, oh, and then on my wedding day, my beautiful love died, but then was cursed to come back and torture me for all eternity. And while I was being tortured, my soul was ripped out, and it was flung into the nether, where it was tortured for eternity. And yeah, exactly, Balvadrix. If I might be so bold, and joking aside, this is doing tragedy is certainly something that has a very valid purpose to exist within narratives, but it's hard to hit the mark. It also varies from person to person, but it's hard to hit the mark because you have to hit the point at which it's tragic, not noise. Because at a certain point, as Valvadrix points out, you just stop paying attention. At a certain point, you're just heaping misery on top of misery on top of misery, and at a certain point, you stop caring. Because it's bad, but then it's like, I'm explaining this so badly. It is Inami Shao. You're absolutely right. Yeah, it numbs you a little bit to it. You just stop noticing it. It's bad, and sentence. And now I will admit, it's also very difficult to hit that mark, especially since, again, the mark varies based on the specifics. But I have seen several fiction which have tried very hard to lean too hard into tragedy, for lack of a better word, trauma, and just layer it so hard and so frequently, it's just like, okay. It ties back into that quote, which I do think is overquoted, but it's relevant here. And it's the one Crimson King just said. One death is a tragedy, a million's a statistic. At a certain point, the brain just detaches from the events involved. If you want something to be traumatic and tragic, I can buy that. I can get into that. This? Now, having said all that, I do understand that that's variable based on individuals. I do get that. But this is still a subjective review. So, from my opinion, this goes too far. This gets to the point where I'm just like, yeah, okay. So, even ignoring my personal opinion on the matter, which is that this is something that made me not like the game the first time I played this, that's a really, really, really weird amount, Elizar. Could you do me a favor, hit refresh and see if there's a button that you can click? Just satisfy my curiosity on the matter. Ignoring... I lost my train of thought. Ignoring the fact that I personally don't like this and, walked away from the game because of this origin, as I've told the story many times, including today, even ignoring that personal opinion matter of things, I do think that narratively this is a misstep. Because I think it is too try-hard. I think it is going way too hard and way too far and crossing the line, either for the sake of shock or for the sake of trauma. Yeah, by contrast, there are other elements of this game which do not try hard. They do not push the boundaries too far. They do not whatever. And yeah, the Deep Roads is a good example of that. No spoilers, but the Deep Roads is messed. But messed in a way that I process. It's very personal, what happens there. And it's very understandable and believable and fleshed out and built up properly. They did a better job with the same concept, in my opinion. Now, that is just my opinion. And that's the way I've taken it, but that's how it is, from my perspective. Moving on. Let's go kill people.
Very well.
Let's go kill dozens of people in lore in order to rescue the others here.
For the fools.
It also implies a lot but doesn't show. That's true, Greg. Hello.
It is begun.
I mean, the Deep Roads is Squick, let's be clear about that. And I will have to give a warning when we get there. Oh, speaking of which, hey, you. Do I have any weapons for you? I'll give you a mace. How would I execute something like this better? You know, believe it or not, I have not thought about that. So I have to think about it right now on the spot. Oh, absolutely, Ronan. They were trying really hard for the... Some of you probably don't remember. When Dragon Age Origins came out, they were trying really hard to hit the dark fantasy vibe that was actually in vogue at the time, and a lot of particular fictions were getting popular because they were dark fantasy. Now, how much of that's on the game is debatable, but it's definitely on the marketing department. Do you remember the freaking adverts for this game? Because I do. It was dark, and it was bloody, and there's just sex and dark and... It was unironically hilarious. But it also was incredibly inaccurate. One of my favorite little YouTubes I've seen is... I don't even know if it's still out there. There was a YouTube that was like a few seconds of the ad, and then the actual game, and then a few seconds of the ad, and then the actual game. And it was a great contrast, because this is a slow-paced, low-tier fantasy story, very BioWare, right? Lots of character focused, lots of presentation about individuals and feelings and all the kind of things that absolutely have nothing to do with blood and death and darkness. And yes, they actually did have Marilyn Manson music playing for one of the more infamous adverts. Takoida made a suggestion. We have been kidnapped and are being sold into slavery. Considering the fact that that's actually a plot thread later in the Alienage, that would make perfect sense. Because now we have a tie-in for that when we get there, when we progress past the origin and start doing the Denerim section of the game. So, yeah, absolutely, I'm with that. There you go. We've been kidnapped by the noble, and we're being sold into slavery. We could even add a side bit about, if you want to flesh this out a bit more, maybe Vaughn is doing this under the table against the wishes of the Arl. Maybe he's the scum lord who's just trying to get a few extra little bits of money on the side, and he shouldn't be. And we could maybe even have a thing where maybe the Tevinter have some connections with the nobility, which leads into the aforementioned quest, which is why he can get away with this thing, and you get it. You get it, right? So, there you go. Boom. Fixed. Instead of...
I told you there'd be more. Elves run in packs, like rodents.
Should we keep the knife-eared bitch alive?
They killed our boys. She dies.
You killed Nelaros.
Ha! He squealed like a stuck pig when he died. Let's see if you do, too.
That's exactly my point, Inamisha. To help distinguish Vaughn from, you know, the other humans of Denerim. No, Crimson King. I've just for you, because you asked just now, I will now refuse to do the other origins. Even though this is our second one. So we're going to stop after this one, just for you.
Nelaros! I'm so sorry.
Who?
Let's make sure it wasn't in vain.
Oh, right.
We should hurry before something happens to the...
Oh, yeah, and if we play male here, we get the "They're Still Warm" scene. Which I remember because that is the exact moment in time in which I decided I was not going to like this game on my first playthrough. Here, whoops. Go that way.
Must not exhaust our supplies.
I should probably mention that as much as we keep talking about Vaughn, the guards here are one-dimensional mwahaha's, which is the other reason I think this deserves a negative. Of course there's evil people in this setting, but come on. These people are generic evil thugs. Yeah, these are acceptable targets, and they don't do anything with them.
It is begun.
Watch out, cousin! That was
Have you no concern for your own existence?
It is an interesting outcome, Icefrost. I do think, thank you for talking around it, I do think it's a good way to showcase the branching choices that exist in this game. It's probably one of the better quests for multiple paths to progress. But we'll talk about that more when we get there. I mean, you're absolutely right, Evo. But at the same time, I have a lot of experience both perceiving and writing myself how to characterize someone in a single sentence. In fact, they do that here. You know, mwahaha, we're evil. There's a lot of other things they could have done here instead of mwahaha, we're evil. Don't mind the trap, it's fine, it's fine. No, it's a good point to bring up, Eva.
I'll defend myself if I have to!
Don't give them the advantage!
That's right, Giga Pudding. So we're going to put you in the game, Giga Pudding. Oh yeah, let's also talk about the PlayStation Portable problem with this game, which I know is a weird way to phrase that, but I know some of you actually understand what I mean by it. See how big this hallway is? You don't really think about it, because the game does a good job of not really leaning into it too hard, but there's a lot of parts of this game which are huge because of camera. This is a problem that's kind of a follow-through of the previous games, which shared DNA of this game, most notably KOTOR and Neverwinter Nights 1. So, when you see it like this, it makes a little bit more sense. I'm not going to ding it for it for the same reason I didn't ding Star Trek Online for it. But it always is a little bit funny to me to just see how big and empty large swaths of the game are, because that's where combat's supposed to happen. Anyways.
I shall do it.
My, what have we here?
Don't worry. We'll make short work of these two.
Quiet, you idiot! They're covered with enough blood to fill a tub. What do you think that means?
I absolutely do, Star Wars. I can't even think of an example off the top of my head that covers the second target, the second category well. Plenty do the former, but very few do the latter. You have seconds to live.
Here's our situation. You are skilled, obviously. We fight here. Perhaps you could even manage to kill us. My father won't let that go. Your pigsty of an alienage will be burned to the ground. Or you turn and walk away. With 40 sovereigns added to your purses. You take that money and leave Denerim tonight. No repercussions. And you can go wherever you like.
I should probably mention, for the sake of world building, 40 sovereigns, 40 gold is a crap ton of money. That's probably more money than we've seen in our entire lives at this point, historically speaking. One second. So, you can't buy me.
And what about you? Does this woman speak for you?
I don't know, cousin. That's a lot of money.
And what about your betrothed?
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Ha! I always regret talking to knife ears. Now I'll just gut your ignorant carcasses instead.
I don't think so, Caspian, because of the whole, we forfeit all our rights and property thing as a result of becoming a Grey Warden, but I could be wrong about that. Don't quote me on that. I have never taken that option. Ah, gotcha. Okay.
He's dead. Tell me we did the right thing, cousin.
We did the right thing, cousin.
I hope you're right. I'll check the back room for the others. Shiani needs you.
That's interesting. Because, yeah, 40 gold later is a lot more reasonable.
Don't leave me alone. Please. Please take me home.
I got you.
So much blood. I can't stand to look at it. It's everywhere. You killed them, didn't you? You killed them all?
I didn't see it, Hector Anthem. apologies, but thank you very, very much. Remember, you can put that towards up to 3 things, though, if you'd like to. Say, I killed them like dogs.
Good. Good.
Is she going to be all right?
I hope so.
Shiani's strong. She'll recover.
We should go. Soon. As in now.
Yeah, we should. But right after I write down that donation. After Anthem to Ace Combat 5.
I'll take the rear guard. I can't wait to leave this place.
They were animals. And I slaughtered them like animals.
You've returned. Has Shiani been hurt? Where is Tormi's daughter, Nola?
Nola didn't make it. She resisted.
They killed her.
Nelaros, too. The guards killed him.
I see. Would the rest of you ladies please take Shiani home? She needs rest.
Of course.
Now tell me, what happened?
Bad things.
Then the garrison could already be on their way. You have little time.
Yeah, we may need to leave Denerim for a while.
Oh, that it has come to this.
The guards are here!
Don't panic. Let's see what comes of this.
I seek Valendrian, Elder and Administrator of the Alienage.
Here, Captain. I take it you have come in response to today's disruption.
Don't play ignorant with me, Elder. You'll not prevent justice from being done. The Earl's son lies dead in a river of blood that runs through the entire palace. I need names, and I need them now.
Yeah, that was me.
You expect me to believe one woman did all of that?
We are not all so helpless, Captain.
You saved many by coming forward. I don't envy your fate, but I applaud your courage. This elf will wait in the dungeons until the Earl returns. The rest of you, back to your houses.
Captain, a word, if you please.
What is it, Grey Warden? The situation is well under control, as you can see.
Be that as it may, I hereby invoke the Grey Warden's right of conscription. I remove this woman into my custody.
You can do that?
Son of a time-down. Very well, Grey Warden. I cannot challenge your rights, but I'll ask one thing. Get this elf out of the city today.
Agreed.
Now I need to get my men on the streets before this news hits. Move out!
You're with me now. Say your goodbyes and see me when you're ready. We leave immediately.
For all that I dislike about this origin, and I do, as for all the reasons I've already discussed, that's how you do railroading, right there. I hate to explain, I hate to just layer that, but that's actually pretty well done. Guard comes down, a surprisingly reasonable guard, I feel like pointing out, and it's just like, alright, what happened? And you notice he doesn't come down with weapons drawn, he doesn't come down, you know, like, he just comes down and is like, okay, I need a scapegoat. He doesn't say that, but it's very clear that's what he means. And he says it straight up to the Elder. The Elder's like, yay, what's up? He's like, no. Who did this? We step forward, he's like, all right, congratulations. You just bought the rest of the alienage a lot. He even acknowledges in a positive way that we just did that. So, cool. He's going to take us, and we're going to go lock down on this. Duncan steps forward and says, and then the right of conscription. Guard's like, you have that right. He's yours. Just get out of the city now. And not really in like a racism kind of a way, more in a this needs to go away immediately kind of a problem. And then he mentions he has to go and start putting up brush fires because this is going to cause them. I like that whole sequence that we just went through. And honestly, this is why, the final reason why this whole, yeah, exactly, Jesse Ward. This is why this whole origin pisses me off so much, because it's just a little bit of polish away from being the best origin in the game, in my opinion. The sheer cartoonish, ridiculous, over-the-top nonsense that then leads into this, the contrast makes it worse, my opinion. Nevertheless, for the purposes of review, we will do what we always do, a plus and a negative. So what's going to happen here?
For the moment, they are fine. There are far more important matters arising that endanger more than just your people. I needed a Grey Warden, and I found one. That conscripting you saved your life is only circumstance. You did what you had to do to accomplish your mission. We need people like you. Now quickly, say your goodbyes. Your life here is over.
And the way he says that is the perfect way to describe Duncan. I've already said this. He's a renegade, the way a renegade should be. Ends justify the means. Of course he jumped on recruiting us immediately. Not just because he's friends with someone who we are friends with, but because we just stampeded through a fortress of armed guards and came out relatively unscathed after accomplishing a rescue mission. Of course he wants to recruit us. Even if the guard hadn't showed up, he would probably be beelining for us to recruit us. We have demonstrated competence simply by virtue of being here and still being breathing. Which again emphasizes how much it bothers me that the City of Origin would be good, because the structure of the City of Origin is good. Restructure it a little bit, just a little bit. We're kidnapped, they're going to sell us into slavery, some Tevinter hints, some nobility hints, some other little stuff. We break ourselves out, fight our way free. We're here. The guard's like, hey, there's a bunch of dead guards in the estate. And he's like, oh my god. And everything else just kind of plays the same general way it does. With that one relatively small change, chkunk, the whole thing fits very neatly. And like I said, could easily be my favorite Origin. But it just pushes that mark too much and goes too much into the shock value in the first, well, actually, not even the first half, in the middle half of the story. And it drags it down for me. And what I'm trying to say here is not only just explaining my own reasoning on the matter, but I'm trying to reach out a bit of a olive branch here. Because I think I get why so many people like the City of Origin. It's because the parts of it that are good are really good. My opinion. So, yeah.
Thank you. You really saved my hide back there.
You're welcome.
Still casual even now. I wish I had your nerves or skill or, well, anything. No more daydreaming. I'm settling down. Valora's a good woman, and she has ideas on making life better for everyone here. Your father had the women take Shiani back to your place. Will you see her before you go?
Oh yeah, one other thing, by the way, while we're on the subject. This is also the only Origin that noticeably changes based on your gender. Now, that makes sense for what they were going for here, but I only mention that because it's part of that unique content thing. We're not going to play all the way through as a male to show off the yuck, let's call it what it is. We don't want to see the she's still warm scene, which that line by itself would warrant a negative if I'm just being very blunt. But it is noteworthy. So, I'm gonna go see her.
Good luck, cousin. You've been my hero since we were kids. It's just official now.
But we don't... I'm apparently explaining myself wrong, Star Wars. All of the Origins acknowledge your gender to some extent or another. But this is the only one that is actually different. If we're female, we start in the dungeons and we do the sword throw. If we're male, we break in. We start from outside the fortress and actually fight our way in to then rescue the women. Now, Lord knows I've been wrong several times the last 2 days about this game, but to my knowledge, this is the only game that pulls that trick. What else, Shiani? Whatever, who cares? And then, right before Duncan recruits us, we grab our sword and kill ourselves. Ugh, we're dead. We should go get lunch, because it's 20 minutes into my lunch break. Ugh.